Alrighty then, welcome back, and my apologies for the delay, but I'm here now, continuing the story.
Great yokai really wasn't forced to work all night?
That's right. It was my choice.
Why does Great Yokai have to work?
I suppose it's just the price of becoming a great yokai.
Great Yokai? Kingaku is sad for you.
Did that piece of her tail, or?
Next on the agenda. Well, Eoroi, as I see it, you've been punished long enough. It's about time you were released.
Released? I can do that myself anytime I want. This statue keeps me warm in the winter and cool in the summer. Don't interfere.
Yoroi is the best!
Besides, the seal's power is almost gone. What I really want is for you to help me give that sneaky kitsune a piece of my mind.
Eoroi, she's already...
Not so fast. I won't be fooled by your tricks again. Whatever you were about to say, she can tell me herself, instead of sending some young kitsune to hoodwink me.
Traveler, during the battle tomorrow, it is imperative you know your limits. If the enemy proves too much to handle, leave them to me. I know. I understand your concerns, just as you know mine. We need not say any more than that. Just get some rest and prepare yourself for the battle to come. One more thing. Thank you.
Oh, it's quest completed? That was it? Oh no, new quest, there we go. It's another part. I was about to say, that cannot be it. Why is this one still... My mouse is a little bit fast lately.
All right, it's finally time for the festival! Hopefully everything goes okay. Do you think everyone completed their games? Let's go check it out! Remarkably efficient, Ayato. How are things with the Tenryo Commission? you're all here! Well, it's a relief to have you all in our corner. Those in need?
I'm sure you'll run into her as you walk around. Oh, and just a reminder, you need to select the best game later tonight. Most importantly, don't forget to enjoy yourself. We need this event to be as joyful as possible if we want the plan to work. Once you're done experiencing the festival, you should check in with A.
Ah, Captain. Swordfish 2, salute. To be honest, some Watatsumi Islanders aren't too concerned about the festival or the safety of Narukami Island.
But if they knew it was for the captain of Swordfish 2, I'm confident everyone would be here in a heartbeat.
Huh. I never considered that angle. You possess wisdom beyond your years, Kokomi. On par with a certain other shrine maiden I know.
Mizuki! Did you get any sleep at all?
I'm fine. Sometimes you need to push past your mental limits to unleash your full potential. I've seen that many times in my line of work. I will. The good news is, the ritual is all set. That means the festival can proceed, and we can focus on realizing our vision. As for the more pressing matter, once the nightmare fragment appears, we will begin the ritual, but it needs time to take effect. You and the Shogun are the only ones who can subdue the enemy until then. Do you remember what I told you yesterday, before you left for Isa Bathhouse? Humans, yokai, and archons bear the same capacity for emotion, and are naturally susceptible to the same mental turmoil. It's very possible that someone who appears strong on the outside has learned to compartmentalize their negative emotions, and that is far from healthy. Good. I trust you won't let the Shogun shoulder this alone. Not anymore.
The Arataki gang rules!
Not your fault. Bakedanuki are powerful. Even Shosei couldn't smell them. Longhorn Oni is stupid. Stupid Oni really helped make game? By the way, where are the real Hitotsume Kozo and his friends? And what about Tetsunosuke and the others?
Great idea, boss!
Something tells Paimon this group is about to be as useless as the one you had before. hornless Oni? He's as scary as ever.
Don't you think this puzzle is a bit too complicated? If we make this small adjustment, it'd be a lot easier to understand, don't you think?
You're right. I never thought about it that way.
Oh, no. You two did all the hard work. You made it easy for me. Oh, when did you get here?
Just now! Seems like you're a natural, Ayaka. A real game developer at heart, huh?
Oh, you remember that. Well, Brother had everything covered, so I asked Yoimiya if she could use a hand. I'm just glad I didn't turn out to be an inconvenience.
In a jam? Because jam is sticky, and we got stuck. Not that kind of jam. But it doesn't matter. We just need to get this done.
Traveler, Lady Guji told me about the upcoming battle. As I understand it, this is an extremely dangerous endeavor, and the rest of us can only help from the sidelines. Our thoughts and prayers are with you. Be careful. Perhaps whoever left these behind.
Ah, it's you. Before battle, it is imperative to calm the mind. If you have unfinished business, see to that now. Then, come meditate with me. Since leaving the plane of Euthymia, I seem to experience this feeling more and more, whether in the markets of Inazuma or before the sacred Sakura. No, it may not be a bad thing. In the plane of Euthymia, I could not perceive the consequences of my choices, but that did not preclude their impact. It is only natural that I would feel their effect one day. Even a god cannot sever the link between cause and effect. I have come to realize that isolating oneself from all engagement is no way to reach a true state of euthymia. I will not unleash Muso no Hitotachi this time. I can only support you in the battle ahead, using illusion against illusion, dream against nightmare. The ultimate success of this plan comes down to you, traveler.
Did we do it?
Prepare yourself, traveler. All right, follow me. To think, there would be a day when we would fight in the plain of Euthymia, side by side. Be on your guard, traveler.
God of Thunder, heed our call.
We have the advantage. Time to strike.
Where did he go?
Shatter the night,
Unmask it all.
With your might, let illusions fall.
We have the advantage. Time to strike. I lend you my power. I grant you the Shogun's blessing.
Ready?
God of Thunder, heed our call.
Shatter the night, unmask it all.
With your might, let illusions fall.
Wake up! Wake up! Makoshi-sama! Makoshi-sama!
Are you okay?
We thought you'd been eaten alive by that beast!
Mother!
Do what you must. Just save her.
This nightmare, it's beyond our skill to heal. A nightmare. It felt like an endless nightmare.
Sleep in peace. This time, only sweet dreams await.
For many of us, I'm sure the last few days have seen unforgettable levels of stress and fatigue. But for now, I hope we can put the past behind us and enjoy a night of pure, unadulterated fun. Now, before we kick things off, our representative will announce the award for Best Game.
I think it was this one with the panels, right? Like the ping pong.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
The winning team will take home a sum of prize money courtesy of the Yashiro Commission, along with the Tanuki Game Award. In addition, our special guest has the honor of announcing a special award. Shogun, if you could.
This special award recognizes the team with the most immersive game. And that goes to the creators of the horror game, The Doppelganger Incident. Kinkaku, Ginkaku, and Tetsunosuke.
Huh? Oh, so it was a horror game all along! I really thought I'd seen a ghost.
Wow, that takes immersive to a whole new level. Baketanuki are something else.
I present you this award in the name of the Narukami Ogosho, and I promise you this. No human shall infringe on your peace without cause.
Shogun is the best!
Shogun is the best!
The whole purpose of the investigation was to avoid disturbing yokai territory. Besides, the world is a big place. Humans, yokai, there's more than enough room for all of us. Next time, wah, 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 gah!
Huh. We finished the game, but it feels like I'm forgetting something, like our original goal.
Just let it go and enjoy the festival. All the games are super fun.
Baketanuki spell! Pip, pip! Go, Barbara, go!
All good. That Yumekwi Baku lady already looked us over. We woke up once the nightmare fragment was gone. It felt like one big, long dream. Sorry we couldn't help you with the game, boss.
Let's kapow together! But we were just there.
So warm.
Hey, don't fall asleep in the tub.
It is mixed bathing then. Oh, hello. She just teleported in.
It's not good to get distracted during a match, brother. Oh, okay. Go easy on me, traveler.
Boss! The Mikawa Flower Festival was a huge success for us! We had 3 times more visitors than usual! Based on what we've made so far, I think we'll be able to make... this much.
That's great news! We might even beat Yai Publishing House this month.
Oh, you look pleased about something. Having a party without me?
Oh, it's nothing.
I forgot to share some good news with you. 30% of the proceeds from the festival have been transferred to Yai Publishing House. We're expecting record profit this month. Don't you think congratulations are in order?
What?
Well, boss, I guess congratulations are in order. This is our 333rd time competing against Yai Publishing House in sales, and our best showing to date. 2nd place!
May this be a night of sweet dreams for all.
These quests are short. It's like 2 quests that were like real quick. Yeah, I guess the main quest is done. Or that was just the event quest, I guess.
When I'll be as tall as my big sister.
chase that Tanuki down this way? Good times. Huh? What's that? Paimon doesn't think they look anything like that. Oh, maybe there's a new kind of yokai in town. Is it trying to get us to follow it? What's that girl doing over there? She doesn't look well. Let's go check on her. Oh, what just happened? All we did was lock eyes with her for a split second, then... Wait, where did all these people come from? And what are they here for? True. Oh, and there's that girl. She's still here. Maybe she knows what happened.
If I leave now, will I have enough time?
How many times do I have to explain?
There's no going back if I report him. But still.
Anxiety over a lack of creative inspiration. Well, inspiration tends to give anxious minds a wide berth. So I hope our treatment will help you relax.
Thank you.
Remorse for the misdeeds of the past, and despair over the sorry state of the present. I can help you face your troubles with a more positive mindset, but you'll need to work through things in your own time too.
Many thanks.
Next, please.
What's wrong with her?
I'm fine. Next, please. Delicious!
Whoa, that was unexpected!
Huh? What do we have here? Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Sorry for what? We have no idea what's going on here, let alone what you're sorry for. Would you mind bringing us up to speed?
Oh, it looks like you've entered my dream by mistake. Let me wake you up, then I'll explain everything.
Dream? When did that... Whoa!
Hi. Feeling more awake now? I never expected the Traveler to literally come to me in a dream. Oh, someone I know talks about you all the time. Plus, I'm pretty good at profiling people based on their reputation.
So, who are you?
Right, of course. It's our first time meeting each other, so I should introduce myself properly. My name is Yume Mizuki, or just Mizuki for short. I'm a Yumekui Baku, which is a kind of yokai here in Inazuma.
Yumekui Baku? Hey, it's that little critter from before!
That's what we look like in our original form. I'm guessing that's the one that led you into my dream earlier? Baku feast on the bad dreams of human beings, but we need to be in a dream of our own to digest them. The place where you met me earlier was where I go to digest bad dreams. I must have swallowed one too many bad dreams, because they were causing me some digestive trouble. It's actually a good thing you showed up when you did. Call it a happy accident, I guess. Thanks to your help, I'm now able to digest all these dreams properly.
Yeah, we thought you looked a little uncomfortable. That's why we came over. We didn't know what it was. We just thought maybe you could use some help. And Paimon really hates bad dreams, so Paimon's even more happy to help knowing that you can eat them.
Thank you, but I still owe you an apology. While you were inside my dream, I ate one of your dreams. But it wasn't a bad one. It was a nice one. I've eaten so many bad dreams today that I just scarfed it down without noticing.
So Yume Kuibaku can eat good dreams too, huh? Still, is that really such a big deal?
Of course it is. Dreams are some of the most precious things a person can have, and I just went and gobbled it down. It's the unwritten rule of my kind. Never eat someone else's good dreams without permission. I can't believe I was so careless. But don't you feel horribly depressed? Isn't your mind suddenly flooded with distressing memories? Remarkable. I've never heard of someone remaining so mentally stable after having a good dream of theirs devoured.
It's probably because the Traveler has too many good dreams to count.
Maybe. But I still owe you something for your trouble. Ah, here, take this.
It's a VIP pass for the Isa bathhouse. Staffed by clinical psychologists and offering spa and fine dining services, we invite you to bring us your troubles and leave refreshed and renewed.
That's where I work. You'll find the address on there too. This invitation letter entitles you to enjoy our highest tier service, free of charge. Oh, and speaking of work, I'd better get back before I'm missed. I hope to see you as customers soon.
So she's a Yume Kuibaku that eats bad dreams and a clinical psychologist too? Paimon's never considered therapy before. Then again, Paimon never really gets that stressed out. Oh, except when she's trying to decide what to eat. Speaking of eating, that bathhouse place does fine dining, and we have a VIP pass. That means we can eat as much as we want, right? This is the opportunity of a lifetime. We can't let it go to waste.
Paimon is such a gluttony. Well, she does have more than one stomach though, so it makes sense. Bottomless pits, that's what she is. After my wallet is empty, she will be finally fulfilled. Like, Paimon is so full, yeah, after emptying the wallet.
Go, Barbara, go!
Poor traveler.
Isa bathhouse. Well, based on the letter, this should be the place. It looks familiar. We've walked past here several times before, right? Just never got inside.
Oh, are you here to visit the Isa bathhouse?
Whoa! Oh, where did you come from?
Oh, sorry. Forgive me, I didn't mean to intrude. We've been struggling to attract customers recently, so I got a little overexcited when I heard you discussing my bathhouse.
Your bathhouse? So you run the place, huh? And business isn't going so great, you say?
Oops. Please forget I said that. It just slipped out. Now, do you have an appointment?
We have a VIP pass. Can we use it now?
What? I've told them before, a promotional gimmick isn't gonna magically fix our business. Who issued this thing? Wait, is that Miss Yume Mizuki's signature? I'm so sorry. I had no idea you were invited here by Miss Yume Mizuki. Please, feel free to redeem your VIP pass now if you'd like. Just give your names at reception.
Sounds like she has a lot of clout. But aren't you supposed to be the boss?
I am, yes, but Miss Yume Mizuki's a major shareholder. The business never would have gotten off the ground without her investment.
What?
Oh, it's no cause for alarm, though. She's a very responsible person. In addition to being a shareholder, she's also personally involved in our day-to-day business. She only returned to Inazuma recently. Otherwise, I'm sure you'd have heard of her by now. She's a highly renowned clinical psychologist. Please, head on in.
So I should have done this quest before I did the event quest.
An indoor hot spring? Oh, Paimon's gotta give that a try.
Hello? I'll be right with you. Ah!
Oh, you okay?
Oh, sorry, I'm so clumsy sometimes. But don't worry about me. Putting customers in a bad mood is the last thing I want.
Physics error! There's a physics error! Oh my god! No gravity on the hair. Like, I recognize this physics error, like, because I also do animations myself. This is what we call that, like, there's a bone in each bit of thing that moves. Like, her hair probably has 1 or 2 bones in it. This has, like, probably 4 to maybe 3 to 5 bones in it. And if there's no gravity on those particular bones, this happens.
I promise I'll provide an excellent service. Please, please don't leave.
How many times do I have to tell you? You breaking a few plates isn't the reason we've been losing business. Stop apologizing for yourself all the time. All it does is make you look like an easy target.
It's all good. We're not out to target anyone. You didn't hurt yourself, did you?
Oh my god. What is going on? I've seen these bugs more and more lately. Is it just because of a rush job or something? Like, I've seen it in Napland for the first time, and ever since Napland came out, I've seen these type of no gravity physics issues that are just floating around because there's no gravity, or different gravity settings on like extensions. It's getting worse.
Nope, don't worry. As long as it didn't ruin your experience, that's all that matters. Now, well, looks like you'll be my first customers today, so, according to our standards of service, I need to,
Why is she so panicky? Actually, we're...
Xion, let me see to these two. They're my guests.
Ah, there she is! Baku Lady is back.
So Mizuki invited you here? As VIPs? Does this mean you're gonna save the bathhouse?
She means you must be very wealthy. Not everyone can afford our VIP service after all. But a couple of customers with cash to splash doesn't solve anything in the long run. You should focus on what to do about our new competitor.
Aw, Murasaki. Was that you showing some concern for our business? I'm touched.
Ugh, did not.
Since you're so eager to find solutions, you can work on our most pressing task, bringing our accounts up to date. With your smarts, I'm sure you'll fly through it.
Subtext being, you can't give it to Shion because she's a moron and she'd screw it up?
Shion, I'll take things from here. What I'd like you to do is head to the kitchen and prepare some of your very best snacks for our VIPs.
Will do! That's my specialty!
Sorry to keep you waiting. I have to keep our staff calm to ensure you have the best experience. The panicky little girl is Hyakujitsu Haku Shion, and the lazy lady is Shiba Murasaki. They're both Baku, just like me.
Wait, so the older-looking one is actually younger, and the younger-looking one is older?
That's right. How we choose to appear is just a matter of personal preference. It's more reflective of our personality than our age. Anyway, enough about them. Back to you two. Per the terms of the VIP pass, you're entitled to free use of all our services, so the spa, the fine dining, and psychological consultancy. I would recommend starting with the psychological consultancy. Between me and you, one of the steps involves getting your bad dreams eaten. Since I ate one of the traveler's good dreams by accident, this seemed like the best way to make amends.
Ooh, we get to have our bad dreams eaten by a Yume Baku? That sounds fun!
Oh, I'm trying to read it yet for a second. Give me a moment. Hey, I wishing you a lovely day. Oh, thank you. Let's see, have anything interesting happened to you lately? Yeah, I'm still here, but I'm not really paying much attention to the chat. Yeah, there's like a lot of things going on lately with me. There's a lot of changes happening in my life, as in like due to the incident a couple of weeks ago. I basically shut down, broke down, and I am completely messed up. And now it's kind of like swiping the floor and getting my stuff back in order, you know, kind of like realigning myself and so on and so on, to keep it short. But yeah, just in general, like things are getting better. It's just shit happened, dealing with it, and now it's like cleaning up the mess and reorganizing stuff, and that's basically what it comes down to.
Oh, that's a good point. You've been having some difficulties recently, right? It wouldn't feel right to get all this free service while you're struggling. Is there anything we can do to help out?
I take it you overheard Mr. Aikawa complaining about our current situation.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to cause you concern. Mr. Aikawa is a smart businessman, but he tends to worry too much about short-term profits and lose sight of the big picture. Our financial situation is nowhere near as dire as you're imagining. And in any case, passing our business woes on to our customers is hardly the solution. Please enjoy the services we have to offer. Once you've experienced our hospitality for yourselves, I'm quite sure your confidence in our future prospects will be restored.
Can't argue with that. Let's get started.
But yeah, as I mentioned before, like things have gone to the point that things had to change. And that's why I haven't really been active lately. Like I just literally had to rediscover myself, so to say. Like the thing is that I got emotionally so messed up that I'm now unable to feel anything, as in like emotional wise, although my body still reacts and like there's still anger and still frustration, but I just don't feel it. But it doesn't mean that it's gone. So regardless if I can feel it or not, it doesn't mean that it's no longer there. Like I'm still frustrated, I'm still angry. I just physically don't feel it anymore. And because of that, my emotions or my feelings are not getting in the way of my thinking, which makes it very easy to like set things back to the way they should, you know, like if you have like friends that you always hang out with and that kind of stuff, like if they're being very toxic at some point, because you know each other for so long, it's very difficult to say goodbye because your emotions get in the way. You feel sad that you're going to lose your friend and that kind of stuff. But since that's no longer the case here, as in like you literally don't feel anything, then there's only logic left. And because there's only logic left, it's the most logical choice to cut those bonds. Like if somebody's being toxic to you, then why should you spend your time with that person? And that's basically the conclusion that I came to. So I blocked a couple of people. I stopped playing certain games because the environment was very toxic. I've given up on a lot of things, as in like I simply don't care anymore. And regardless of what happens, it's gonna happen anyway. So why not do something that I wanted to do, you know, like I'm one to be selfish for a change instead of sacrificing myself for others, making my own life miserable just so other people can have a better life. I'm done with that. It's my time now. And after I just cut all my burned down all the bridges that were simply not worth maintaining it if I'm the only one maintaining it and other people using it and not spending any time maintaining it or just using it and never lift a finger, then why should I bother maintaining that? So I burned it all down and now I am cleaning house, so to say, just simply going my own way, my own path, and see what else is there for me. That's basically what it comes down to. Like, it was very hard, you know, like because of these things that I have. Like I have dyslexia, but I'm also autistic, and it makes it very difficult to deal with certain situations. And if you're being blamed and being punished for something that's out of your control, that unfairness just brings pain, you know. And I'm done with pain. I'm in pain my entire life, you know, like mentally and physically. And I want that to stop. So I decided to just move on, let it go. And I felt nothing, you know, and it made it relatively easy. And now that that change is made, I noticed that things are going a lot better. Like I go out more. I am a little bit more social. I'm a little bit more active. I'm eating more healthier stuff, you know, like eating better food. Just getting my life back on track as it should be. And I couldn't have done it if I wasn't broken to the point that I was, you know, like I was so sad and so in the pit of despair that it pushed me over the edge, and it physically broke me to the point that I am unable to feel any emotions. Like my body still reacts. Like if somebody makes a joke, I may have a chuckle here and there, but a second later it's gone. Just like that, it's just gone. And in that perspective, I'm relatively neutral now. Like I just don't care. Why should I care what other people think? They are not in control of my life, you know. Like I am in control of my own life. And if I don't like the path that I'm on, I should change course. That's the most logical perspective that I can see at this point. Like no emotions that get in the way. It's like, yeah, but I lost my friend and I'm sad, you know. Like it just, It hinders the logical choice if your emotions get the better of you. But yeah, since I cried on YouTube a couple of weeks ago on my other channel, my main channel, I just broke. And ever since then, I'm like, it's been like a month now. I literally still, till this day, I still don't feel anything. I feel no sadness. I feel no anger. I feel no anxiety. I feel nothing, absolutely nothing. But I do notice that there is still a lot of anger. Like the anger of the shit that has been done to me. I'm angry that people blame me for shit that was out of my hand. I'm still angry that people abused me. I'm still angry from the fact that people took advantage of my kindness and completely ruined and destroyed my life. I am angry on the fact that people physically damaged my body and I have to live with it with the rest of my life, due to other people's actions that literally cost me my childhood and my body. Like, I am stuck on heavy pain medications. I am unable to get a job anymore simply because companies do not want to take the risk. And because of that, I am in the situation that I am right now. Like, I've been always struggling. Like, ever since I turned 20 till now, I've been in debt. You know, I'll be 40 this year. It took me 20 years of shit to finally figure out that it's simply not worth it. So now, ever since I started living here, things have started to change. And now that I made my own choices and I've evolved from the traumas and all of the crap that happened. You know, like sometimes it's like sometimes shit has to happen in order to learn from it. And if you don't learn from it, then you won't grow. You know, it's either going to make you or break you. And if it breaks you, then rebuild it stronger than before. But it heavily depends on the mindset. And if you take the time to think it over, then you will have to make a choice. If you don't like where you are right now, then think it over and make a choice. But nothing is free. You either have to sacrifice something in order to gain something, because there must always be balance. You know, and now that I've spent 20 years, well, longer than that, suffering, now I'm finally getting the chance to be free of that suffering. Like, I assume, like, if the things are going as they are now, by the end of this year, I will be completely out of debt. At least I hope so. Like, in 4 more months, I will have paid off my dad, which is like 100 euros each month, to pay off my scooter. So I'll have 100 euros per month more to spend. And because of that, I will be able to like use that money to pay off more on my debt. So I can speed that process up. And once that's all paid off, then I'll be able to be more social. I will be able to afford a birthday present. I will be able to go to the gym, or, oh, I go through my back. You know what? I can like call an Uber or a taxi. I can't afford it right now. So I'm very relatively hesitant to go out, because if I go through my back and I'm unable to walk, how will I get home? You know, I can't rely on my parents or my family to drive 150 kilometers just to pick me up and bring me home, and then another 150 driving back. I can't do that. That's a 3-hour drive just to pick me up and bring me home. So in this way, now that I will have more money in the future, at least I hope so, because I paid off my debt, I will finally be able to take care of myself. And it's also the fact that the reason why I was always in debt for like many years is because other people screwed me over. I've been manipulated in signing a contract that cost me 2,000 euros. And there was also some problems with the government, that there was a problem with the paperwork. And I didn't have a salary for 2 months. But everything else kept going, you know. So I got a big, huge debt from there as well. And it was all out of my control. There was nothing I can do about that. And yet, due to others' mistakes, I was the one suffering all this time. And now all of that is finally coming to an end. And once I finally reach that stage, I will finally be able to see, finally, I am truly free. I am able to eat 3 meals a day. I will be able to, like, get some, like, entertainment, you know, like go to a movies or go to the bar or be social, go places, go on vacation, for an example. I haven't been on vacation since my grandpa died. You know, the last time I was on vacation was with my grandpa. But, yeah, and even then it's still being paid for me. Like every time I go to the movies, somebody else had to pay for me because I couldn't afford it. You know, I still have a huge debt that I need to pay. But, yeah, for me, it's fine, you know. Like, I'm finally on the right track. Things are finally getting better. And, yeah, it's all good now. Like, I'm, you know, like, even if I don't feel anything right now, like from a logic perspective, I can imagine how I would feel when I finally reach that point. And I'm pretty pleased with the results, you know, like ever since I started living here, things have gotten better. I've gotten more money. I've been eating more healthier food, and things are going well. But there are still some things that I have to deal with. And until I am finally out of that situation, I will not be able to deal with that. Like, for example, it was because of other people that I got a huge debt. And until that debt is paid, I won't be able to let it go. But hopefully this year I will finally be able to pay it off. Like, I think in total there's 3,000 euros left on debt. And once that's paid, I'm done. I'm free. I'm absolutely free. So there's only just a little bit more time left. And then I can finally celebrate my freedom. And I can finally start living my life. It took about 20 years or more. But better late than never, I would say. Like, I will be able to finally let it go and finally breathe again, as in, like, I don't have to worry about my future, as in, like, my parents won't live forever and I won't be able to borrow money from them when they're dead, you know. Like, I'll have to stand on my own legs, on my own feet, and I will finally be able to do that. And I will finally be able to say to my parents, you don't have to worry about me anymore. I can stand on my own feet, so you can rest in peace. You know, my parents are not getting younger either, so I hope they will live for a long time. But they have done so much for me, you know. And I think as a child, what the best thing a child can do for their parents is to prove that they can stand on their own feet, that their parents don't have to worry about them anymore. I think that's the best gift that you can give to your parents. And for me personally, it just shows that I'm capable of being independent. You know, that I can finally live a life like a normal human being instead of being a prisoner. And that's basically what it comes down to.
Of course. The only thing is, psychological consultancy is a one-on-one service that takes quite a long time. But I can't just make one of you wait around while the other one is in therapy. So perhaps I can treat the traveler while Shion treats Paimon? Would that work?
Fine by Paimon.
She'll be fine. I noticed how gentle and encouraging you were towards her earlier. You're the perfect client for her.
Oh,
Secondly, Shion's therapeutic approach is a little different from mine. It often involves food, so she might be a better fit for you.
But yeah, you don't have to worry about me at the moment. Like, I am calm, even though I may not sound like it. I'm as calm as a cucumber. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, it's just, you know, like I've been through a lot of stuff, like living on the streets for 2 years. You know, like I've been through a lot of trauma and trials. I basically, after I changed my mindset, things change significantly. Like it doesn't change overnight though, but if you treat life like an RPG game, like every struggle you come across is kind of like a monster that you have to defeat, but there's always loot at the end. You may not know what it is, but there's always loot. And for me, like hard times prepared me for the future. Like if you look at the majority, people these days, especially the newer generations, they're soft. They're like, they can't deal with any negativity or any backlash, so to say. As in like, oh, you have a different opinion. Oh, you don't agree with that opinion. They immediately start to throw a tantrum, you know? And that's what I meant by soft. Like, there's a saying like, back in the old days, the boats were made out of iron, or the boats were made out of wood and the men of iron. These days the boats are made out of iron and the men are made out of wood, so to say. And that's literally translated. So you will probably notice people that went through a hard childhood are way better equipped to deal with the crap that happens these days. You know, it's like they're more mature, they're more level-minded, so to say, as in like, oh, my phone broke, or oh, I don't have my phone for a couple of hours, not a big deal. But there was a story about a child that had to like turn in their phone because it was during school time, during a lecture or something like that. And the teacher took away their phone and they immediately threw a tantrum. You know, it was like they were literally turning violent and beating up the teacher. I mean, what kind of generation is that? You know, like there's like social media, TikTok. We didn't have those things back then, you know? Like if somebody says something that's unpleasant, you know, like the truth, for example, like, you know, like correcting somebody's behavior, for an example, the majority these days are immediately throwing a tantrum. You know, it's like, he's being racist, or you're being rude or harassment. It's like, excuse me. You know, it's like, for an example, somebody walks up to you to ask for directions. A normal person will have no issues with it. These days, somebody walks up to a person to ask a question, and they go like, get away from me, you creep. And, or like, oh no, sexual harassment, stay away from me. Or feel the need to belittle others. You know, that's not how it should be. Or it's like, oh, I think you have an ugly haircut, and immediately breaks down in tears. You know, like for me, if somebody says that to me, I will just laugh it off. It's like, yeah, maybe you're right, you know, I don't care. And that's what I meant by people that have been through some rough times will be able to like deal with more stuff later. Like for example, if you've been sheltered and bubbled, so to say, you're living in a secure, safe bubble, then when that bubble eventually disappears, they have no idea what to do. For an example, if you get like like a kid these days, like a new generation, you take a group of them and dump them on an island. Good luck surviving for a week. They have no idea how to do it. None at all. Or what would happen if the internet goes out? You need to figure something out. There's no internet. They have no idea what to do. No clue. No survival skills. Because they probably look it up on YouTube or Wikipedia or whatever. You know, it's like people are so dependent these days. Like, what would happen if the power goes out? You know, you have no power, no internet, nothing. What would you do? They have no idea. And same with COVID, when everybody had to be forced inside, you know, unable to go out. People are starting to have mental breakdowns. They started to be depressed. They had to take medication for the depression. It went downhill. As for me, it was just another normal day. And that's exactly what I mean. You know, it's not that I want to bitch slap society or the newer generation. It's just that because I went through a lot of stuff like that doesn't faze me. And that's what I meant by it. So if it comes down to it, the majority are too soft because they've been too protected. You know, they're not able to stand on their own feet without support, so to say. No, harsh times will make you or break you. You know, oh, I'm gonna be on a bicycle for the first time. You will get these support wheels on the side so you don't tip over. But eventually, they're gonna take those wheels off. And oh, I fell one time, and they're never going on a bike ever again. It's no, get back up and try again. But they won't. And that's what I mean by that. And that's basically how it is. And for me, I've been through a lot. And I'm not on antidepressants or anything, even though I should. But because I am mentally more developed to deal with crap, it doesn't faze me as hard. If somebody switched my situation with somebody else, oh, you know, go through the same thing, live on the street and learn how to survive on your own. They wouldn't last a week, guaranteed. They will break down, panic, and they will either end themselves or I don't know. They have no drive to live. You know, there's just, oh, it's too hard, I gave up. You know, it's just how it is. For me, I was no, I'm gonna get through this because I've been through worse. And again, with COVID, perfect example. It was just not a normal day for me. I had no issues. I've been isolated, so to say, for more than 12 years. It was just not a normal day. And if you look at it now, people are traumatized. Yeah, I wasn't able to see my friends, and I'm depressed, I'm on medication, and I need psychological help. I'm what? You know? That's just how it is. So for me, even though it sounds horrifying, and then maybe it is horrifying, I don't know. Everybody interprets or experiences things differently. For me, it's yeah, you know what? It's just another day. But for somebody else, it's oh my God, the end of the world. And that's just how it is. You know, again, everybody experiences differently. And with every experience you gain or have, you will grow from it. You will learn from it. So, yeah, it's kind of difficult to explain, but in general, it's the more experience you have, either from yourself or somebody else, can help you grow. And understanding somebody and spending time with somebody to get to know them, you'll gain more experience. You know, it's like, oh, somebody went through something very unpleasant. But by sharing that experience, you will be able to recognize it sooner. So, oh, you go through something similar, but because you already knew how somebody else went through a similar situation, you can use it as a reference. How did they get out? How did they handle it? Or perhaps I could ask that person for advice, so you don't have to do it alone. And that's what I meant with experience can make you grow and make you able to deal with certain situations. Like for me, I had to find it out the hard way. And due to trauma and other stuff, there's always a choice you have to make. You can either let it happen and surrender, or you can choose to make a change. I never said it was easy, but it makes a difference. If you don't like where you are, then make your choice. Granted, every choice has consequences, and it's only up to that person that will make the choice if it's worth it, yes or no. Yes, it's not easy, but you have to ask yourself, is this choice worth it? Is it worth blocking people that I don't like? Is it worth cutting off my friendship if it helps me move on? Or is it worth it to cut my, like, let's say 20-year friendship? Is it worth it to cut that off if it helps me in the long run? If it makes me feel better, if I don't feel depressed anymore? Is that worth it to you? Yes or no? And for me, I rather cut my connection because I don't want to be in a toxic relationship, so to say. Like, I deserve better, you know, like being insulted almost on a daily basis has a negative effect, you know. You may laugh it off as a joke, or you may just let it fly by, but eventually it's going to start nibbling on you. You know, it starts with one thing and it's only going to get worse over time until you reach a point that you had enough. Now, usually relationships end in anger or that kind of stuff, but it's a choice. You know, there's always a choice. And I chose to cut my bonds because I decided that I didn't deserve to be yelled at. Like, for example, yeah, you're just a child, or you're immature, or you're just a retarded idiot, you know, that kind of stuff. I didn't like that. If you're truly a friend, why would you say that to somebody? Why would you say such a thing to your friend? Then you can ask yourself, are you really friends? Granted, everybody can have a bad day. But if that lasts for many years, or weeks for that matter, that's a different story. But it always starts somewhere. Like, you can either talk it out or stuff like that. But if it keeps happening, then perhaps it's not worth it. And you'll have to make a choice. It's like, hey, I don't like this toxic environment, then leave. And once you leave and you close that door, you will notice that things start to change, you know, because you're no longer being hammered. You'll have more energy for other things, you know. You will be able to see, like, your environment, for an example. Like, see what else is available. Like, wasting time on something that you're unsure of is simply not worth it. And that's my personal experience. Like, I literally had to break to the point that I'm no longer able to feel anything in order to understand what it actually means to make changes. Because emotions influence your decision making significantly. And once one of those two fall off, like you don't feel emotions anymore, and they don't interfere with your thinking, you can think about it logically. And when you do that, you can make decisions a lot easier because you don't feel regret. And you shouldn't feel regret. Simply because, again, why should you spend time with somebody that's being toxic to you? You know, if they're truly your friend, why would you make your friend feel uncomfortable or miserable? That's not friendship, in my opinion. But I had to learn that the hard way. I was too naive. I was too nice. I was too forgiving, so to say. And some people take advantage of that. And because of that, you will suffer. I suffered a lot because I was too nice. And people took advantage of that. I took people in my house, you know, that cranked up my utility bills. And they never paid a dime. So I am sacrificing my cash in order to help somebody else. What do I get in return? Nothing. Then it's simply not worth it, because I'm sacrificing my money that I could have used to get my driver's license or get furniture or get more food so I can eat it more healthier, you know. But instead I chose to help somebody out, sacrificing my own happiness, so to say. Now, there's nothing wrong helping out a friend, but there are limits. You know, like, if the time comes, would they do the same for you? If the answer is no, then why should you do it to them? Why should you offer that to them? If they're willing to help you, then it's only right that you help them in return. That's how I see it. And if people are unwilling to do that for you, when you need help, then I would highly recommend cutting those bonds, because they will only use you and suck you dry, and they're simply not worth your time. You better use that time to spend with people that actually do give a crap, you know? Like, oh, you need help? They're there for you. Those people are more important than people that only use you. And that's really difficult to figure out. But eventually, history will repeat itself until you learn to make a change. Nothing will change if you repeat the same actions over and over and over again. If you keep making the same mistakes over and over again, nothing will change. If you don't like how you're being treated, then speak up. People are not mind readers. If people don't know that you're bothered with it, they won't be able to make changes or alterations. It's the same with games. You know, if you're playing a game with a group of people, if they irritate you or they do something wrong, then talk to them, explain it to them. Because if they don't know, they will maintain that same track. They will keep making the same mistake until somebody speaks up and corrects them. You know, if somebody doesn't like that that I'm telling people what to do, or if I talk too much, then people should tell me that so I can, I talk too much, I'll try to change. Or if I poke somebody, if I want to ask them something and they think that's annoying, then they should tell me, like, hey, stop poking me, I don't like that. And then it's like, oh, okay, I won't do that anymore. But I'm not a mind reader. Nobody is. So, and that's with everything. If something bothers you, then speak up. People are unable to change without information. Information is key. The more you know, the more options you have available. And it's the same with life. The more experiences you have, the better you're able to deal with the future. Because if you come across a situation that's familiar to you or has similarities, you will know how to react. It's like, oh, I tried this in the past, didn't work. Then let's try something else. And you keep trying until you find a solution. And if the solution is found, then if a similar situation comes again, you know exactly how to handle that. And that's how you grow. At least that's my opinion on how I see it. And emotions can either help or work against you. You know, there's nothing wrong with emotions. But if it comes to logical choices, people listen quicker to their emotions than logic. For an example, oh, I feel offended when somebody speaks the truth. For an example, your dog took a shit on the grass. Okay, that's the fact of the story. Your dog took a shit on the grass. And you say to them, hey, can you clean up that poop? You're like, no, that's not my poop, and I feel offended that you approached me, and I'm not going to do what you tell me to do. I'm not your slave, blah, 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 blah. They're like, excuse me, that's called taking responsibility. You are the owner of that dog, and it's your responsibility to clean that up. And people feel offended by it. And that's just a feeling. Logically, yes, that is their pet, and they are the owner of that pet, and it's their responsibility to clean it up. That's the logical choice. Because somebody else would step in it, and so on and so on. And that's just an example. And people feel immediately threatened or offended. And even with the whole thing with how many genders are there, there are only two. You can tinker as much as you want with your body, but it does not change your DNA. And on top of that, men and women are built differently. Physically. And there's a reason for that. Everybody has their own role to play. But that doesn't mean that one is better than the other. It just means they have different roles. Like, for example, men cannot bear children. Only women can. Men are physically stronger than women. It's in their DNA. They are built for hunting and heavy labor. And women are more caretakers. But together they make a perfect balance. You know, everybody has their own role to play. And some people are completely, in my opinion, go overboard. It's like, yeah, but I feel like I'm more of a man than a woman. Or I'm a man, but I feel like I'm more like a woman. That's a feeling. That's not logic. Logic will not... Like, feelings will never ever trample. It's the same thing. I feel that I have the right to commit a crime. Yeah, that's not how it works. But in reality, they believe that's how it works. They fully believe that if they feel something, that's the truth. I feel offended. I feel that I have the right to commit murder. No. That's not how it works. I feel more like a woman than a man. Well, that's how you feel, but it doesn't mean that I have to adapt to your feelings. Because that's slavery in reverse. You know, why? Like, yeah, I feel offended because you call me a lady or a woman. I'm a man. Or I'm a man, but I look like a lady. Or something like that, or reverse, or whatever you want to call it, you know. Like, yeah, I feel offended because I am not a woman, but I'm also not a man. I am a non-binary. No, you are still either male or female. You can feel like you're a non-binary, but it doesn't change the fact that you are who you are. So I could say, I feel that I am a penguin. Or I feel like I'm an orca, so I can spend like 2 hours underwater without breathing. Yeah, that's not how it works, you know? Like, yeah, 30 seconds and I need to go up for air. Feelings doesn't make reality. Feelings do not change the fact that things are as they are. Like, I feel that this is black, when in actuality it's white. Yeah, no, that's not how it works. It's like, why not? It's the exact same logic. But it's only logic and truth if it benefits the person that says it. But if the roles are reversed, yeah, no, that's not how it works. No, you can't do that. If you say that you feel like a non-binary, then why don't I have the right to feel like a penguin? For an example. It's the exact same logic. It's a feeling. But a feeling is not reality. And again, I feel I have the right to commit murder. I still get arrested for it if you do it. So in that regard, it's something that people completely lost touch with reality, in my opinion. Like, it's fine to feel things, but it doesn't make it reality. I feel like I'm a woman when you're in a male body. Again, you are born that way, and you may feel like it, but it's a feeling. If you take that feeling away, what are you? And that's the true question. If you're unable to feel, you feel like a woman. Okay, that feeling is now gone. What are you? And nobody will be able to answer that question. Because they don't know, because they don't feel it. If they feel that they are a woman, when in actuality they are a man, if there's no longer a feeling, then what are they? Well, if we check on the DNA test, there are only two genders. That's just how mankind was designed to be. Now, granted, there are exceptions. There are people out there that have both. But it's extremely rare. And yet it's not a feeling. That's just how it is. Like, think about it this way. Babies are basically the same as a white sheet of paper or any piece of paper. It's completely blank and empty. You know? Whatever they learn is who they become. Now, granted, there are some factors that have influence, like DNA, like genetic. That some people are more aggressive than others. That's sometimes due to genetics and hormones. That's perfectly fine. But regardless on how you feel, you still make a choice. You can either choose to be aggressive, or you can choose not to be aggressive. even though it's in your hormones, and yeah, you're angry all the time and that kind of stuff because it's in part of your hormones or that kind of stuff, you can still choose on what to say and how to behave. You know? Even though I'm angry at people that wronged me, that doesn't mean that other people deserve my wrath. But that's my personal choice. You know, just because I've been like abused by a lot of women doesn't mean that all women are bad and deserve to be treated badly. But that's my choice. I choose to give everybody a chance. But that's my choice. I could also have chosen to beat up the first woman I saw in sight. But I choose not to because they don't deserve it. I don't know them, so why should I hurt them? I'm that type of person that is raised, treat people how you would like to be treated. But there are limits. You know? And that's just a mindset. You know? Depending on how you set your mind can influence on which directions and choices you're going to make. If you have an argument with somebody, you can choose to continue arguing, or you can choose to agree to disagree, or you can just simply walk away. If they keep following you after you warn them to leave them alone, then take other measures. Go to the police for stalking, or just go somewhere that they can go. Or make a police report like, hey, this person doesn't leave me alone. If it's online, like Discord or voice chat or whatnot, you are free to block them. You are free to log off. You know? Regardless on what people say, it's only information. And whatever you choose to do with that information is up to you. If somebody has a go at you, you can either ignore it or take it to heart or counter it. But that's a choice. Again, everything is based on choices. And every choice has consequences. If you choose to ignore them, they probably get angrier or they break their bond. But it completely depends on the situation. And sometimes if you're trying to help somebody, if they don't want to help, that's their choice. The only thing you can do is offer it. But you can never ever force people to do something unless there are exceptions. For example, you can force somebody to stop committing suicide, for example. Like, hey, don't jump in front of a train, for example. You know, you can physically like save people from that. That's what I meant by exception. You know, you cannot force them to like, hey, I'm forcing you to do this for me. Like, I'm forcing you to do the dishes. That's more like slavery. Granted, again, there are exceptions. You know, like you're not a slave, but you do have to take responsibility. You know, like you made dirty plates. You know, you eating food. The plates are dirty. It's only right that you will clean up your own mess. So it's only fair if they asked you to like do the dishes. You know, you eat food, you used it, you might as well clean it. I understand that it's not always a nice thing to do, that you may not like doing that, you may not like doing chores, but that's called responsibility. You know, somebody has to do it. Now, granted, there are limits. You know, it's like if there are lazy bums in the house, you know, that do nothing, then yeah, I can imagine that you will say, no, I'm not going to do it this time. Completely understandable, but it depends on the situation. All I'm trying to say is that you can still make choice. You can choose to do your chores or not, but there will always be consequences. For example, not doing your chores can result in you being kicked out of the house, for example. And it's your choice. Is it worth it? Yes or no? Is it worth doing a couple of annoying chores if it means that you're allowed to stay in the house? You know, that's your choice to make. It's also your choice to make if you have a toxic relationship with your partner. Will you choose to divorce them? Will you choose to stay? Or will you try to find a different solution? But regardless of what you choose, it's your choice to make. Nobody can make that choice for you. They can give you advice, but they cannot force you. If you don't want to be helped, then that's it. Like, people can only offer help or advice, but they will never be able to force you. Like, if somebody forces you to do something, you can always choose something else to disobey. You can choose that. That choice is always available. Granted, there are consequences. Again, it could mean that, hey, if I don't do what they say, they may kill me. But again, that's a choice. You can choose. Granted, I wouldn't recommend it, but you can still choose to disobey. Consequences is that you may die, but it's still a choice. You are still free to make that choice. It may not be the best choice, but that choice is still yours. And nobody can force you otherwise. Your mind is your own. And that's something that people should never be able to take away from you. Even when times are tough, if you're unable to bear the weight of the burden, then ask for help. And I can guarantee you, there's always somebody willing to reach out to you. You may not have met them, they may be on the other side of the planet, but I can guarantee you there's somebody on this planet that is willing to be there for you. You just probably haven't met them yet. But I can guarantee you, somewhere on this planet, there's somebody willing to reach out to you. And that's how I programmed myself to think. Being enlightened by this, I am more capable of making other decisions. Because of this new mindset, I've been able to improve my own lifestyle and evolve from it, learn from it, and see things for what they are. It's not easy. I can tell you now, it's not easy. It's painful, it's depressing, and very unpleasant. But if you manage to get through it, it's definitely worth the result. Because once I reach 40 and I paid off my debt, I will be free. And that feeling will be feeling like you won the lottery. And I think it's worth it. Because anything past that point would make my life so much easier to live. You know, I don't have to worry about it anymore. I will be able to pay my bills, and if shit happens, I will be able to cover it. So, it's the same thing. If you play first and do your homework later, you may not reach it. You will be stressed out and you may fail the exam. So that's what they say. Hold on, I need to sneeze. So, when you study first and then play, then you've learned. You got all of the bad stuff out of the way. So you won't have to worry about it, because you can play and then you need to worry, oh, I still need to do my homework. But if you play too long, you may not have enough time to finish your homework. And that just leads to more stress. So if you finish your homework first, then you have it out of the way, and then you can play the game and relax because you've done what you had to do. You don't have to worry about, oh, I may fail my exam, because you already studied for it. You know, you're already done what you had to do, so you can fully relax. It doesn't matter. Like, you finish your homework, so you don't have to worry about it anymore. So you can play as long as you want because you already finished what you had to do. But if you play first, you may not have enough time to finish your homework. And when the exam rolls around, you may not have the knowledge required to finish that that thing, the exam. So you will get a lower score and you may fail the exam and have to do it again. So it's not worth the risk. So do homework first and then play. Because when you get to the test, the chance of you succeeding is much higher. And because there's no more stress, you can fully enjoy the game and relax. You may want to do a quick review or a quick overview to refresh your memory from what you studied. But it will make it a lot easier to deal with in the future. And I think by thinking it that way, it makes life so much easier without stress. Why would you put yourself through that additional stress? Yeah, I don't want to do homework. Okay, I understand that. I understand you would rather want to play games than study. Completely understandable. But it will benefit you later in life when it really counts. And I think that's worth the effort. Because whatever happened in the past seems just like a memory. But all the experience you gain is now useful to you as an adult. You know? And it will help you progress further in life. You know, like get a better job or like have more knowledge on how to handle a situation. But you can only do that if you invest time in studying and learning. Like studying is kind of like gaining experience because somebody has experienced something. Like for example, if you do calculations, somebody had to make those calculations in order to know the proper answer. Like 2 + 2 is 4. But why is 2 + 2 4? Well, because they had two items and they had another 2 items and they put those items together and that equals 4 items. And that's why 2 + 2 is 4. But if you only like, oh, the answer is 4. Yeah, but why is it 4? It could also be 3 + 1. Or 1 + 3. That equals 4. Or 2 + 2. Yeah, I only know the answer is 4. But that's an additional information. You know, so now not only do you know that 2 + 2 is 4, you also know that 1 + 3 is 4. So there are 2 answers or 2 routes to the same answer. And it's the same with life. You can either go the easy road or the hard road. But there are 2 roads to get to the same conclusion. Why would you make your life harder than it actually needs to be? And the more information and the more experience you have, the more options you have in the future. Because you have more knowledge. And more knowledge means you can have different solutions. If 1 + 3 doesn't work because there are 4 people in total, or like 2 separate things, you know, you need 4 people in total, you know, but do you need like if it comes to like, yeah, you need 4 people to reproduce, you know, like 2 men, 2 female, for an example. Okay, so that means 2, 2 in order to equal 4 to procreate, so to say. But if you go back to the answer or to the question, 3 men or 3 women, or like 2 men and 2 women. You know, yes, technically 1 man can pregnate 3 women, but that's not what I'm going at. You know, I'm going like, hey, if that man dies, for an example, then the women can no longer reproduce. So if you have 2 men and 2 female, even if 1 female or 1 male dies, they can still continue to reproduce. The answer is still the same, but a different route. So because you do 2 and 2, you have more chances of success instead of doing 1 and 3. Because if that single one fails, then that's it. You know, the whole thing collapses. And that's what I meant with more knowledge leads to more like outcomes, as in like, or the same outcome, but different routes, and more security on success. And that's just a different mindset, a different way of thinking. And by sharing this information, people can grow from it and share the experience with somebody else, like textbooks or history. Somebody did something in the past, and we study history. And if we see that some history repeats itself, then it calls for a change. You know? Like, everybody knows if you boil water, don't put your hand in it because it will hurt and you burn your hand. But somebody had to burn his hand in order to figure out, oh, boiling water bad. Do not put your hand on it. Or don't touch fire because it's hot. But somebody had to touch fire, as in they had to experience it first before they learned not to do it. And again, the more you know, the more options are available. And it's the same with life. A young kid barely has any life experience. And elders usually have more life experience so they can guide the young. So they're passing on their knowledge. But if they don't pass on that knowledge, then there's no progression. And that's basically how it works. But anyway, I've been talking for way too long. Let's get back into the story.
Food therapy? Oh, that sounds perfect.
But that's just my perspective.
All right, then. Please follow me.
So, do whatever you want with this information. For me, I just had a lot of time to think, and this is my conclusion and the choice that I chose to walk the path. And I think this path is the right path for me. And my path may not be somebody else's path. You know, my hell may be somebody else's heaven. Or somebody else's heaven, it may be a hell for me. You know, everybody has their own interpretations of things. And not everybody is the same. And that is just, everybody has to live their own lives and make the best what they have. And if they can't do it alone, then ask for help. But yeah, as far as life goes, as I said, if you convert that to an RPG game, the lower level you are, the easy things are, you know, like level 1, you get level 1 monsters and they die relatively easy. But when you're level 60 and you have to defeat the boss, yeah, that's going to take you a while. You know, like every boss is kind of like a problem. But after you defeat the boss, you gain more experience because you know how to tackle that problem. And there's always a reward at the end. Like the accomplishment that you overcame that situation, you know, the relief that you don't have to worry about it anymore, or the results that it wields. You always get something out of it. And sometimes more than others.
Don't get me wrong. Paimon is genuinely better suited to Xion. But in all honesty, yes, I had my own reasons for wanting to treat you myself. Your psychology is so unique. I just had to investigate further to satisfy my own curiosity. Please, come with me.
And again, everything I'm saying is from my personal opinion. And I'm not saying that it is law. I'm saying that this is my opinion. And do whatever you want. You know, it's your choice to make, to either ignore me or take it to heart. It will be completely up to you. I am not your parent. I'm not your guardian. I'm just an individual that shares his experiences. and my opinions.
Before we begin, please take a seat on this chair.
Anyway, let's get back into the story.
There's a theory which suggests that we bury our most powerful emotions deep within our dreams. That's the territory I would like to explore. Before I start, I'm going to ask you a few questions. I want you to nod your head for yes and shake your head for no, all right?
Oh, okay, interesting.
Very good. Now, I'm going to plant a few thoughts in your subconscious, but it's nothing to get nervous about. Just a way to improve your sleep quality, so the treatment will be more effective.
Nah.
This is an incense from Sumeru that soothes the mind. The fragrance is said to be the scent of dreams. Now, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and concentrate on the scent. The next step requires some visual preparation, so don't open your eyes until I say so.
Okay, this part.
Oh, where did it go? I need to have a stern talk with Murasaki. How hard is it to just put things back where they came from?
I know there's some animations going on in the background. I would really like
this
to
needs
peek.
Another dab here.
But
That's better. Hey, don't run off now, darlings. Come here. For goodness sake, your butt's showing. All right. Shh. Ready. You can open your eyes now. You kept your eyes closed the entire time. If only every patient was as compliant as you, it'd make our lives much easier. Here, you deserve a treat. Take a good look at this painting. There are some very special little darlings hidden within it, and I'd like you to find them. Do you see her? Isn't she just adorable? Now you just need to find the others. She's a Baku as well. Whenever someone starts dozing off, she's there waiting for their dream to begin. Your journey into Dreamland began as you were looking for them. Feeling sleepy?
Oh. Hold on.
Now I want you to take my hand.
I did not expect that. Yeah, it's a group call.
Oh, what's the matter? Feeling shy?
Hold on.
Relax.
Let me close
this. Is
this.
Just a part of the psychotherapeutic technique.
Oh.
Very good. Now, close your eyes again for me. I want you to completely relax and focus your attention on the feeling of my palm touching yours. Notice how all other sensations in your body are slowly fading away. Now, imagine you're not holding my hand, but your favorite things in all of the world. You run your hand through the sakura blossoms, gently falling through the air. Then through a squirrel's fur. Then you grab a fistful of sand on the beach. You are once again in the wilderness, running with the wind at your back. But slowly, your palm loses sensation. You lose your way and find yourself surrounded by darkness. You can't see anything, but you hear someone calling you. And now, a light is shining from the same direction as their voice.
Ooh.
Traveler, come over here. Longing caused by separation. It tastes so bitter. Please don't stop moving. Despair caused by failure. Icy cold on the lips. Please, keep going. Regret caused by missed opportunity. A sharp aftertaste. Please don't look back. Go to where the sakura petals fall. Go to where the squirrels play. Go to where you can hear the sound of the waves. That is where I am. Holding my hand tight, those lost sensations come back to you. The feeling of running your hand through falling sakura blossoms, or through a squirrel's fur, or of grabbing a fistful of sand on the beach. And as you return from the wilderness, you gradually recover your other senses as well. We've reached the end of today's session. Don't get up yet, though. You were just in a very deep sleep, so you're probably still feeling a little groggy. I've switched to a different incense that'll help get rid of your drowsiness.
How you getting along, Traveler?
How are you feeling after your session, Paimon?
Kinda fresher and more relaxed. It feels cozy somehow.
Good. That's exactly how you should feel after having a nightmare eaten. It sounds like the session was quite effective.
Oh, for sure. Paimon especially liked how she used the sense of taste to help guide the process. But Paimon was asleep for most of it, so she's not really sure how it all works. Did the Yumi Baku just like sneak into your brain and gulp down your bad dreams in one go?
It's quite a bit more complicated than that. It deals with people's most visceral emotions, which have to be handled with the utmost care and attention.
That sounds super mysterious.
Sorry, that probably made no sense at all. Anyway, don't worry about the details. For your purposes, Paimon, just think of it as Xion gulped your dreams away. How are you feeling, Traveler? Really? I still think there's more work to be done.
What do you mean?
You have quite a reputation for resilience and positivity, so I expected to find very few negative emotions in you at all. But when I was deep in your subconscious earlier, the sheer weight of the emotions hidden there was overwhelming. Yes, you certainly do. But that's not what concerns me the most. Despite all your negative emotions, I couldn't find a single bad dream. So I just gave your mood a boost for now.
Huh. Well, maybe he's just an eternal optimist at heart.
Optimist or not, everyone has bad dreams. Maybe they're just hidden even deeper in your mind. You're a unique case, as I suspected.
But he said he feels cozy, just like Paimon. So whatever you did, the treatment worked.
True, but as a clinician, I would have hoped to reach a better understanding of my patient. Fine by me, as long as you can put up with a daily nap while holding my hand. Anyway, all jokes aside, it's time for you to try out the hot springs. Your mind has had the chance to de-stress. Now it's time to do the same for your body.
Oh, that sounds good. Paimon's feeling relaxed already. You know, this place provides a really great service. It's such a shame that you can't find more customers.
Don't start worrying about our bottom line again, or my work so far will count for nothing. Look, as long as we keep providing a great customer experience, we're sure to attract more business eventually.
If you say so.
I think the traveler's recovered from the therapy session now. Let's head to the hot springs.
And we already knew it was mixed bathing.
Most impressive, I must say.
Miko, what brings you here?
There you are. I heard a rumor that you were about to be kidnapped. Naturally, I had to come and see it for myself.
She's joking, right? Paimon can never quite tell with her.
Miko, it's been a while.
Oh, she never mentioned? Interesting. We've known each other since before I became the Guji. I've told her all about you. But it sounds like she's forgotten all about me.
You'll have to forgive me. I just didn't want to scare the traveler off. And hi, I'm Miko's friend seemed like a surefire way to do that.
Oh, I've missed your way with words.
So, Lady Guji, to what do we owe the honor?
Why, I simply came to see the business that my dear friend has invested in. Oh, and also to urge you to sell your shares before their value plummets to nothing. You could always invest in the Yi Publishing House, you know. Business is always booming. You only need to ask.
Sounds serious. But what's wrong? Are the shares really gonna plummet to nothing?
Well, hasn't she told you? Of course. She's your therapist. She has the perfect excuse to never open up. The Isa bathhouse used to be very popular. Although not because of the hot springs, despite the name. Their main selling point has always been the psychotherapy services offered by the Baku. But recently, a competitor cropped up. His name is Emura Ichigensai. He operates right here on Narukami Island, and his methods are said to be quite revolutionary. Since he provides a similar service to the bathhouse and boasts even better results, He was able to poach their entire clientele in just a matter of days. Oh, it's such a pity to see how empty this place is now.
Miko, my job is to relieve my clients of their burdens, not to share mine with them.
Oh, of course you'd say that. You're a professional. But no amount of professionalism is going to fix this situation, is it? I heard people have been lining up since the early morning for Amara Ichigensai's clinic today. He's seeing patients just west of Inazuma City. And, how many patients have you seen today?
Surely you know I'm not going to quit.
True. Very true.
So, that's it? You're just gonna leave?
Oh, I'd love to help, little one. But I don't want to upset my old friend.
Miko's acting all mysterious again.
I understand why she doesn't want to help. The two of us are technically competitors, after all.
Huh?
Light novels are one way for people to pursue happiness in their free time. So are hot springs, and so is therapy. Miko and I disagreed quite significantly over the question of how to make people happy.
Paimon is so confused by your friendship. Paimon's curious, though. After today, it's hard to believe that anyone could offer a better therapy service than the Yume Kuibaku, which begs the question, who is this Amura Ichigensai guy anyway?
Something of a mystery. I tried to look into his background when he first started poaching my customers, but I couldn't find anything. I suspect he's avoiding me on purpose, since I'm a competitor. In all this time, I haven't even figured out basic things like where he sees his patients.
Well, we at least know where he is today, though, right? Miko happened to mention it in passing.
That's true. But I'm sure he'll find a way to avoid me again if I go looking for him.
Then why don't we go instead? We can pose as potential customers to get information out of him.
As I keep reminding you, this is my problem, not yours.
Exactly. You provide an amazing service here, and we want all our friends to experience it as well.
Huh. Well, now it just seems rude if I reject your help. In return, all I can offer is an even better service on your next visit.
Sure thing! Just leave this to us!
Alrighty then, let's have a look. I'm not sure how big this quest is. But I'm almost certain as soon as it's done, there won't be any other quests left to do. Oh. Because that's the only one that I have, except for these, but they've been there for a while now. So after this chain is finished, then yeah, I'll call it.
We're way behind schedule.
At least as far as I could go. Let's see.
Tea House only accepts guests of sufficient status. Please don't enter without.
This should be the place. That guy looks official. Let's go ask him. Hi there. We're looking for Amura Ichigensai. Are we in the right...
Pay first, take a ticket, then wait your turn.
Oh, okay. 97. What number are you up to so far?
53. Be patient. I'll call your number when it's your turn.
Jeez, what a charmer. Looks like we're in for a long wait, huh? Sounds kinda therapeutic in its own way. But we don't really have a good excuse to resort to violence here. And we definitely don't want to scare off our target. Why don't we pass the time by talking to some of his other patients? It looks like there's a few of them standing over there. Sorry to interrupt.
Do I know you? Ah, so you're here for counseling too.
Yep. Fellow clients of Amura Ichigensai here. Although this will be our first time using his service, so...
Service? How crass. We're talking about spiritual guidance here, not some business transaction.
In fairness to them, they haven't experienced it yet. Ignorance among the uninitiated is only to be expected.
Okay. Well, anyway, Isa Bathhouse calls it a service.
Ah, more defectors from the bathhouse, huh? Service might have a veneer of professionalism, but all it really means is inadequate treatment that costs a fortune.
Why do you say that?
I'll tell you why. After just a few sessions with Emura Ichigensai, you'll completely forget about all your troubles. From then on, it's happy thoughts only. Today's supposed to be my last counseling session. He says that after we're done, nothing will ever trouble me again.
Meanwhile, Isa Bathhouse boasts about their strange and mysterious methods, but it's a total scam. They only treat the symptoms, not the root cause, meaning you have to go back time after time. Also, they can keep charging you, of course.
Exactly. Overpriced and ineffective. But counseling from Emura Ichigensai? I can't get enough. I know I'm done after today, but I'd take any excuse to keep coming back.
Me too. Probably see you tomorrow then?
Whatever the truth of the matter is, Paimon is starting to seriously dislike these guys. Fine. Yeah, so we're mostly here to see what all the fuss is about. You guys seem to be experts by now. Is there anything we need to do to prepare for our session?
No, you don't need to do anything. Just show up, take a seat, and he takes care of the rest. I remember he lit some incense. It smelled wonderful and instantly relaxed me.
I already know of the troubles that bring you to me.
I don't know why I lose my temper so easily. I'm pretty messed up, right?
Yes, in the sense that all negative emotions are defects of the mind. But I can remove these defective feelings, leaving your mind healthy, whole and free of distressing thoughts. Now, receive my guidance.
I don't actually remember the guidance, but anyway, it clearly worked. I guess whatever he said disappeared from my mind and took my problems along with it.
Hypnosis.
Oh, so rude. Your counseling session will change your mind. In more ways than one.
We're only being cautious. What's wrong with that? You said it yourselves. The whole reason everyone's coming to this guy is because they're worried about getting scammed out of their Mora.
That's a fair point. You just need some reassurance, right? In that case, I can let you in on a little secret.
Go on.
Well, someone in my family actually knew Imura Ichigensai before he made a name for himself. Apparently, he had a terrible temper. Pretty much everyone in the neighborhood had issues with him. But he must have had some sort of epiphany, because he did a complete 180. Went from having the most rotten temper you can imagine to one of the most cheerful people around. Even more amazingly, all the people who used to despise him ended up becoming his best friends. his neighborhood's more peaceful and pleasant than it's ever been. So you can rest assured that whatever treatment you get from Imura Ichigensai, he tried and tested it on himself first.
Huh? What a ridiculous story.
Doubt it all you want. I heard it straight from my relative who knows him personally.
What should we do now? We may have burned our bridges with these two. Yeah, there's still a lot of people ahead of us, though. Why don't you take a rest while Paimon keeps watch? Just like how we do it on the road.
Oh.
Let go of your pain.
What is this?
Let go of your pain. Who are you? It burns! Leave this place now!
Traveler, it's almost time! That was a long wait. Paimon's gonna need a nap after this, too. Alright, now time for us to go meet Mr. Imura Ichigensai.
Interesting. He's a demon?
Oh, hello! We're number 97! It should be our turn now, right?
Yeah, sorry, the clinic's closed for the day.
What? Why?
Because Imura Ichigensai doesn't have limitless energy, that's why. He's gone home to rest. You'll have to try again tomorrow.
We've been waiting so long!
Not as long as some people. Try getting here earlier next time. Save yourself the trouble. Spiritual masters like Imura Ichigensai cultivate their powers with peace and solitude. Someone like you ain't gonna find them.
Drat! We should have barged in after all! Yeah, nothing else we can do for today.
Interesting. So he's. It kind of sounded like the Abyss Order. Like, I can almost guarantee the Abyss have something to do with this. Like, it would fit their motive perfectly.
Next on the agenda.
Or the Fatui. Nah, I don't think the Fatui. Although the Fatui is technically part of the Abyss Order, I think. I haven't really been keeping track of that.
So he gives spiritual guidance, and it takes all your troubles away and leaves only happy thoughts?
Yep, at least that's what his clients say.
How is that possible? Not even Mizuki could do that, and she's an incredible psychologist.
Is that right? Paimon was gonna say, it all sounds too good to be true.
It certainly is. Humans are, how to put this, they're a moody race. Always upset about something. Show me a human without a care in the world, and I'll show you what messed up really looks like.
You think? Because honestly, this sounded pretty convincing. And they said they only left the Isa bathhouse because they found it didn't deal with the root cause of their issues.
But the idea he is spreading is categorically wrong.
That settles it then. Imura Ichigensai is a quack, making false claims to steal all our customers.
Is that why he's doing this? To steal our customers? Or is there more to it? It's unfortunate that you didn't get to meet him in person. I need some idea of the kind of person he is. Otherwise, I have no hope of figuring out his motivations and goals.
Yeah, it's too bad. Although, if it's any help, we did hear a bit about his backstory from someone else. Apparently, he used to have a really rotten temper, but then one day he suddenly reached enlightenment and became a spiritual master or something.
Imura Ichigensai. Rotten temper. Now wait just a minute. Filing patient records is normally the most tedious job in the world. But once in a while, something mildly amusing grabs my attention. Take a look at this.
Amora Chuya?
It's him. I remember him.
Wait, that guy? Oh
no! What is it? What about him?
Where to start? Imagine a big ball of negative emotion took on human form and started walking around. That's pretty much Imura Chuya. His patient record mentions that he loved nothing more than a heated argument. No matter how trivial it was, he could never agree to disagree. He always had to be right. The happiest part of his day would be winning an argument and proving the other person wrong. If he lost, he'd sulk, and if anyone called him out, he'd throw a huge tantrum. Before long, he'd turned everyone against him.
Sounds like he had issues.
Oh yeah, serious issues. Anyway, since no one would talk to him in real life anymore, he turned to the reader's letters column of a magazine by the Yae Publishing House, where he would attack writers and trade insults with other contributors. Naturally, this ruined the column for everyone, and the editors soon started rejecting his letters. Next thing you know, he's written a complaint letter to the Tenryo Commission, demanding that Inazuma pass a law to make it illegal for the Yae Publishing House to reject letters from readers.
Gee whiz! Where would you even start with a client like that?
In my case, by giving them a wide berth. Mizuki dealt with this guy. I'm pretty sure he only came here to try and start something. But Mizuki managed to get him into a session, and after some treatment, his mood improved by a lot.
Murasaki makes him sound like a rabid animal. He wasn't that out of control. Sure, his personality was very abrasive, but it wasn't hard to see why. Once I understood his situation, I was able to diagnose him very quickly. You have very high expectations for yourself, but you've faced a lot of rejection in the past and haven't achieved much in your life. You've never had any real close friends, so you don't know what healthy connections with other people look like. This puts you and your ego in the center of your world. In short, you long to feel a sense of accomplishment and to receive attention from other people. But both of these are lacking in your life. You have no idea how to properly deal with these emotions, so you've been taking it out on other people, partly to seek attention, and partly because you get a shallow sense of accomplishment whenever you win a war of words with another person.
You promised the world in your adverts, and that's seriously the best you can come up with? I'm not even going to bother explaining all the reasons you're wrong. I mean, you completely misunderstood why I even sent that complaint letter. The Yae Publishing House practically has a monopoly on Inazuma's publishing industry. How can they ignore what their readers have to say?
In the magazine column you wrote to, your strongly worded letter appeared alongside dozens of others which praised the writer for their work. You can't talk about what their readers have to say without including them, too.
No one with half a brain would praise a festering pile of garbage like that. Those are not opinions worth listening to.
So when I touched on the idea of you having an egocentric worldview, this is the kind of thing I was talking about.
You...
Wow. How the heck did you get him to stay for treatment after dropping all of that on him?
Simple. The more he realized the truth of my diagnosis, the more he compulsively searched for evidence to refute it with. He lost the ability to communicate like a normal human being. So I kept him here by using his preferred mode of interaction: argumentation. The Tenryo Commission had ignored his complaint letter, so he had no outlets left for his emotional outbursts. Eventually, with the help of some incendiary words, I got him to agree to try some basic therapy. Finally, I was able to tweak his mood and stabilize his condition. It's a shame, really. If I'd only been able to see him a few more times, I know I could have helped him work through his personality issues. But unfortunately...
It was all my fault.
For the last time, it was his fault for being a nutjob.
What? What happened?
Well, one day, he comes in as usual for therapy, but Mizuki isn't here, so Shion sees him instead. I don't know what got into him that day, but he suddenly announced that he wished to be free of his troubles for good, and demanded that Shion make that happen. Obviously, she didn't manage it, and then he pulled out a complaint letter to try and intimidate her. That was the last straw for me. I kicked him out and blacklisted him. He hasn't shown his face here since.
Whoa.
Anyway, now everyone's had a look at his record. Do we think there's any chance that this guy and Nomura Ichigensai are the same person? Because it sounds to me like after he didn't get what he wanted, he decided to have his revenge by lying to our customers and getting them to leave.
Bad dreams are formed from a buildup of negative emotions in the subconscious. You can't simply trick people into not having them anymore. If Murasaki was right, then surely they'd have seen his lies for what they are by now.
There's no point hemming and hawing. Let's report this guy to the Tenryo Commission for fraudulent business practices. If he can complain, so can we.
Is anyone there?
We'd like to book a therapy session. Can we start now?
Hello! Please come with me. I'll get you registered.
Wait. Those are the two guys Paimon mentioned earlier. Just this morning, they were calling the bathhouse a scam and a ripoff. How are they back here already?
Oh, really? Well, that proves it, doesn't it? I was right. Now that they've realized they were lied to, they've come back. So chin up, Mizuki. I bet you business will start picking up again from tomorrow morning.
Yeah! You Yume Kuibaku provide an unbeatable service. No scammer's gonna run you girls out of business.
Interesting. Well, good. Murasaki, go help Shion, please.
Should have kept my mouth shut. I jinxed it, and now I have to work again.
Now we just need to report this guy as a fraud to the Tenryo Commission. Like Murasaki suggested. Problem solved. It looks like the Isa bathhouse will be back in business in no time. No idea if our investigation actually helped, though.
Of course it did. You were a huge help, and I owe you big time for it. Now then, you only got partway through the VIP experience last time, didn't you? You still have to try the hot springs and snacks. Both are top tier.
Oh, true! How could Paimon forget about that? Especially the snacks. Wow, Paimon feels incredible now. Nothing beats the complete service package. Agreed! Although Paimon didn't notice her inside just now. What could she be doing out at this hour? Let's ask around. Hey there, Mr. Aikawa. Do you have any idea where Mizuki went?
Oh, you're looking for Mizuki? She actually tends to disappear for a while around this time every evening. It's the one part of the day where she gets to relax herself. As for where she goes and what she does during that time, I'm afraid I have no idea.
She takes the evenings to relax, huh? She probably tells people she's relaxing, but actually she's digesting the bad dreams, right? Hope she's not having any digestive trouble. Oh, remember the place from last time? Let's head there and check on her.
Num num. Nummy nummy. Like, I noticed with Genshin lately that some of these stories are very thought through, as in like intense, like a little bit too close to reality. But personally, I really enjoy that kind of stuff. It forces people to think and review their reality, as in like from a different perspective. That not everything is cut and dry, as they first seem to be.
This should be the place.
Aw.
What? Why is Mizuki crying? Unless... Oh, maybe we got pulled into one of her bizarre dreams again.
Traveler? Paimon? What are you doing here?
Well, firstly, we were hoping to get our next appointment booked in.
Oh, I see. I was planning on making it back before you finished in the hot springs, but I ended up spending longer here than I intended. Don't worry, this isn't a dream. I was just feeling a little sad.
Oh, what's up? Indigestion getting you down again?
No, my digestion was fine this time. What you saw just now was the aftermath of the digestion process. Like I said, bad dreams are basically bundles of all kinds of negative emotions. When I digest them, I feel them all for myself. So when I'm processing these emotions, I tend to get quite, well, emotional.
Does that happen to all Yumikui Baku?
Oh, don't worry about the others. To feel these emotions, you first have to understand them. Most Baku have a very poor understanding of humanity. So to them, a human bad dream just tastes like a slice of bland white bread. They can basically wolf it down and barely notice the flavor. I'm the odd one out in that sense. When I was studying abroad, I made a serious effort to learn as much about human psychology as possible. Now I understand human emotions much better. I can empathize with them, and I can now discern many complex emotions when I turn my attention to digesting bad dreams. But still, that's no reason for you to be concerned about me. I wouldn't be much of a psychologist if I didn't have the mental fortitude to handle this stuff. Letting your emotions out is one of the most effective ways to process them. Now that I've done that, my mental state is back to normal.
Paimon thought maybe seeing those customers had upset you somehow. It even makes Paimon mad. You work so hard for them and then they turn around and accuse the bathhouse of being a money-making scam? Yes, they were led astray by some swindler, but it's not like they took much persuading.
I can't blame them. The idea that you can forget all of your troubles and never have a bad dream again is a very alluring one. Who wouldn't want to believe that? Traveler, if I really could make you forget all of your troubles for good, would you want me to try?
No. Because every experience that you go through makes you who you are. And if you forget all your troubles and all that kind of stuff, then who are you? Every experience as a... This is so good. Like, the thing is, the thing that I was talking about earlier fits perfectly with this chapter of the game. That it's amazing that how well it fits, if that makes sense. Like, this is so... I don't know what it is, but it's such a coincidence. Because it fits perfectly with what I was saying earlier. Every experience that you go through makes you who you are today. And if it's suddenly some of your bad memories get erased, you know, then that knowledge is gone as well. Because the experience of knowing how it feels to be sad can help you evolve. Like, the pain of loss, so to say. Like, you lost a loved one, which brings you a sad and negative emotion because you're sad, you know? And suddenly, that sadness and that memory has been taken away. Then will you still be able to remember your grandpa or your loved one? Because it's related to that emotion. It's related to that bad experience. Or else you will have an incomplete story or an incomplete connection. It's like if you only take out the bad things and only the good things left, then everything that relates to that doesn't add up. You know, it's like you have a movie and you cut out some pieces of the movie and you only see the good things, but you're missing a part of the story. Unpleasant things are part of that experience, and that experience is part of the story. And if you cut those things out, then you won't have a complete story anymore.
You really are different from other people. Discovering what troubles people is easy for me, even in your case. But although I can see your troubles clearly, I still don't completely understand you. Thanks for checking in on me. As a psychologist, I know how to take care of myself, but you showing that you care is still appreciated. Anyway, it's much too late to book another appointment now. You should head home, get some sleep, have a wonderful dream, and come see me again tomorrow.
All right, good night.
Bye for now. If you still want to book another appointment tomorrow, make sure to come see me early.
So even what I was talking about earlier, apparently I'm not the only one that thinks that way. Because it's in the game as well. You know, the things that I talked about earlier, literally being confirmed and repeated in this section just now. Because what I just mentioned before I even knew what was going to happen on the screen, I said, would you still be you? Or would you still be who you are without those experiences? That's literally what I just said. And then it turns out that the game, even though I never
If you lie on the
seen or
grass, you
played
can
that
feel the
part,
heartbeat of the world.
is saying the exact same thing. Which means in order for it to be in the game, somebody else must have thought about this as well. So, as you can see, that I'm not the only one think that this is how things are. You know, like this is something that goes relatively deep. And if people are open-minded, then they will probably come to the same conclusion. If you think about it logically and like open-minded, like there's so many possibilities. But it's true, like would you still be you if you take out part of the experience? Like you are a like for example a painter, for an example. And you learned to mix colors to get another color. Yeah, you can still paint, but you wouldn't be able to get your full potential. Or you want to paint the Mona Lisa and you have the skill to paint the Mona Lisa, but you forgot how to use a brush because that experience has been taken from you. Then how would you be able to, will you still be able to paint the Mona Lisa without that piece of knowledge, so to say? Like if you forgot how to use a brush, would you still be able to paint the Mona Lisa? Yeah, with your fingers, I suppose, but if you don't know that you need to put your paintbrush in the paint or your finger in the paint in order to put it on the canvas, if that piece of information is not there, you won't be able to make it. Or if you learn not to do something, like don't stick your hand in fire because you will get burned, if you miss that negative experience, like, oh, I got burned because I put my hand in fire, if you take that negative thing away, that negative experience, you will forget that, oh, if I put my hand in fire, it will burn, because you don't remember it because that's taken. So what will happen is you will keep burning your hand because you keep forgetting it. And the result is that your hand will get worse and worse and worse, and you won't know why, because you keep forgetting it. So, without that experience, it can even work against you. But because you are aware of that experience, and you remember that experience, you know not to do it again. And that's the same with life. Are you, like, for example, can you answer truly? Would you still be who you are today if you choose a different route, or if you didn't have the experience you had in your life? For me, I would have been in a completely different space or area that I live now than if I chosen to make a different route. If I chose to save my money and not waste it on people that are simply not worth it, if I've known that before, I wouldn't be here now. That's a fact. If I knew that those people were bad influences on me and I would never hang out with them, I would not be here as I am today. Because the experience, because it happened, made me who I am now and where I am now. If that was taken away, I would not be here right now. I would be somewhere else. Maybe I would have had a relationship. Maybe I had a job. Maybe I had a better life. Could also be a worse life. But I would not be living here. Perhaps I've chosen not to play games, and I would never been here talking to you all. Everyone has a role to play and get there on their own way. But think about it this way. If I haven't took the route that I've taken, you probably would have never ever met me. Because due to circumstances, made me walk the path that I am now. That's why I'm here now. Because of the experience that I had. And you as the viewer had experiences in your life that made you to the point where you are now, watching this video or this live stream. If I wasn't here, you would not have been watching me. You would have probably either watched something else, or you may have chosen something else to do. You know, spend time with your family or with your partner or that kind of stuff. You would not be watching a YouTube video if you'd chosen a different path. But because of the experience you had, make you walk the path that you're on now. You can still choose to change it. You can always choose to change your path, but you cannot change the past. You can learn from it, but you cannot change it. Even if you had a time machine and you go back in time and choose to do things differently, it will create a whole new life experience. And you will not know what you know now. Because you would have taken a different route. You will have obtained different knowledge. You would have obtained different experiences. For better or worse. It would not be the same. And you would not be here where you are now. Every choice people make will carve out a path to each individual. And all we can do is learn from it. Let's see, what time did I need to? Okay, 8 and 12. 8 and 12. And that's just how it is. But people normally don't think about this type of stuff. No, they're either too busy with their life or they're just too busy in general. But if you take the time to think about these type of things, you will start to change your perspective. And it will brighten your horizon. You will gain more information because you pick things up differently. It's the same with trauma. If you... wait, where the hell am I going? Like, you can either let it lead you, or you can break free and do something else and go a different way.
Mizuki! We're here to book our next therapy appointment.
It hurts.
Oh no, what's wrong with them?
They've been like this ever since they woke up.
Ooh, it's an extreme case of indigestion.
Huh? How come? Oh, did they eat too many nightmares last night?
I doubt it. We only had 4 customers yesterday, including you two.
Paimon blames the other 2.
You're right. Something's definitely wrong with their nightmares. Our ability to digest dreams isn't just a matter of quantity. It depends on the emotional intensity, too. Point being, no normal person should ever have a nightmare of this magnitude. Oh, this situation is dire. If I can't find a way to help them digest their dreams soon...
What can we do? Let us help!
We need to find those 2 customers from yesterday and figure out the cause of their bad dreams. Without knowing that, I have no way of treating them. Traveler, Paimon, I know you spoke to them both. Think you can track them down?
Let's see. They did say they were gonna get counseling from Amora Ichigensai again. Chances are that's where we'll find them.
Lead the way. I'm coming with you.
You know, I went out to sea earlier today, but was so distracted that I lost my net. Oh well, it's not a big deal though.
Yeah, I messed up today too. But hey, what's the big deal? A few bandits got away, it's not the end of the world.
Hey, you two! Murasaki and Shion are sick, and it's all because of your bad dreams!
Whoa, someone's in a bad mood, huh? So funny.
I know, right?
What's wrong?
They're acting so weird. Paimon was pretty aggressive just now, but they don't seem offended at all.
Allow me. Gentlemen, do you still remember visiting Isa Bathhouse last night for dream regulation therapy?
Did we?
I don't think so.
Huh. Do you recall having any bad dreams recently?
No, why would I? What in this world could be so bad that it'd give me nightmares?
Nope, nothing comes to mind. Bad dreams must be highly irregular, surely. You don't have to look far to see that life is beautiful.
What is going on? It's like they've completely forgotten what they did last night. Although Paimon can believe what they're saying, they don't exactly seem troubled by nightmares. Does that mean Amora Ichigensai's counseling actually works?
No, they're clearly not in their right minds. Traveler, Paimon, focus hard for a second. I'm gonna try something a little unorthodox.
Whoa! What did you do?
Entered their subconscious minds. I noticed they've both become disassociated from their subconscious, meaning I can access it, similarly to how I enter people's dreams.
No! No! Those thugs! I won't let them get away with this! I won't!
The sea is too rough today. I should stay on dry land till things calm down.
Huh?
As you can see, their troubles haven't gone anywhere. Susukida seems to have a short fuse, which causes him to act out of line. I'm sure this has caused him a lot of grief in his line of work. As for Umiko, I believe he developed a fear of stormy waves after a near-death experience. Now he's reluctant to sail out to sea at all, which is having a devastating impact on his livelihood. Their negative emotions have been isolated from their conscious minds and left to float around in their subconscious. That's why on the outside, the only emotion they appear to feel is happiness. But those suppressed emotions will only continue to fester in their subconscious, eventually turning into the nightmares that have been giving Murasaki and Shion indigestion. If it's Emura Ichigensai's doing, I guess he's not the straightforward con man we thought he was. Maybe he really does have ways of influencing human emotions. That would explain why no one has blown the whistle on him yet. Did you notice anything strange when you came here yesterday?
Not really. They were a lot more serious than today. You sure kept that one quiet.
Oh, no. Look, we have to find this Emura Ichigensai right away.
Mizuki, what is it?
Something inhuman is at work in Emura Ichigensai. The Traveler's dream confirms that. He has victimized everyone who has received his so-called counseling. If we don't find and stop him as soon as possible, his victims may well suffer irreversible damage to their psyches.
Yikes! Well, guess we better press these guys a little harder. Do you know when Emura Ichigensai will be here next?
What's with the urgency? Why does it matter when he shows up?
Yeah, he'll turn up when he's ready. No point in trying to rush him.
Ugh, this is infuriating.
You do remember what happened last night, both of you. Only you don't want to talk about it, because you can't reconcile the presence of a nightmare with the happiness you presently feel. Just thinking about it brings up an overwhelming sense of being torn apart. You can't quite put it into words, but you fear you're a hair's breadth away from a total breakdown. Is that about right?
Please, stop. Everything will be fine as long as we don't think about it.
Emura Ichigensai's treatment has clearly left you wounded and vulnerable. But don't worry, I'm not here to snap you out of your denial. At least, as long as you answer our question.
All right. But seriously, we really have no idea. We've asked already, and all we know is that he's not coming today.
Yeah, apparently, yesterday's session kind of tired him out.
Is he trying to hide from me again?
They really don't know anything? Darn! Looks like we've hit a dead end.
I don't suppose you know where he lives, do you?
No. We did ask yesterday, but even his guard didn't know.
In that case... Yes, I suppose. Now that I know what's causing their bad dreams, I can administer the correct treatment. Honestly, you've already done your part by bringing me here. I can't keep troubling you.
Don't forget, we want to book our next therapy session. The sooner you stop having to worry about Emura Ichigensai, the sooner we get you all to ourselves. So we're not gonna quit until all this is resolved, and the bathhouse is back to business as usual.
Looks like I have no choice but to accept your help again. I have to make sure Murasaki and Shion get the treatment they need. Still, I'm gonna need your full cooperation. If you do find Emura Ichigensai, please do not approach him. Just send me a message and keep an eye on him until I arrive. The last thing I want is for you to put yourself in harm's way.
Don't worry about that. You should see some of the other bad guys we've taken down in our time. This guy's small potatoes compared to them.
Paimon.
Alright, sure. We'll keep our distance and send the message.
Very good. Let's get going then.
Pretty bold claim saying you'll track this guy down. It's nice of you to give Mizuki one less thing to worry about and all, but what the heck do we do now? What if we can't find him? 'Cause, in case you hadn't noticed, these guys are hopeless. They don't know anything. Oh, wait, you're right! She was the one who tipped us off about this place yesterday! She probably knows way more than she let on. There's no time to lose! To the Grand Narukami Shrine!
I would say use elemental sense. Like this. But there are no traces left, so... we can also just talk to the hag. I'm just kidding.
We're way behind schedule.
She's usually somewhere around here.
Here for a fortune slip, little ones? Or visiting a friend?
Whoa! Where did you come from?
That was a little lukewarm. You're starting to sound a lot like her. But pleasantries aside, what's the matter? You look rather out of sorts. You may remember I dropped a not-so-subtle hint as to his whereabouts yesterday. You mean to tell me you still haven't found him?
Aha! So you did bring him up on purpose!
Let's not lose focus here. You're here to ask for my help. So would you mind explaining the situation to me?
Yeah, fair enough. We went to the place you mentioned, but he slipped through our fingers. Next thing we heard was he's not seeing patients there anymore. Apparently, he loves his peace and solitude. So obviously, we've got no idea where to find him now.
Oh, and after the lengths I went to get you that location.
Don't know if this helps, but we did learn some other stuff about him yesterday. For example, a guy matching Amura Ichigensai's description came to Mizuki for therapy once. Only his name was Amura Chuya.
Wait, what? Amura Chuya?
You know him?
I once asked the Yai Publishing House to host an event for contributors to the Reader's Letters column. I had hoped it might be a fun chance to meet some like-minded people and chat. Until he showed up. Are you telling me that Amura the Hellraiser and Amura the Healer are the same person?
Based on everything we've learned so far, it certainly looks that way.
All right, well, in that case, give this address a try.
Really? Who chooses to live in a place like that?
This was the delivery address he gave to the Yai Publishing House once, when he placed an order for several dozen books in one go. He also requested to pay on receipt. The warehouse took one look and assumed it must be some kind of prank, so they rejected the order, earning them an honorable mention in his complaint letter. Of course, with the benefit of hindsight, it's rather obvious why he lives there. Someone as antisocial as him wouldn't be welcome anywhere else.
You've got a point. Well, we clearly made the right decision coming to talk to you.
I'm just glad I could help my old friend.
You mean Mizuki? So you really do want to help her?
I can tell that she's invested an awful lot into the Isa bathhouse. It's only natural for me to show some concern when I see a friend's business in trouble.
Really? 'Cause yesterday it looked more like you were looking for a fight.
I assume Mizuki has told you that we're competitors? She has always believed that, ever since we were classmates. And now that I'm the Guji of the Grand Narukami Shrine, I'm sure she must feel the need to prove herself through her endeavors at the Isa bathhouse. The last thing she'd want is for me, of all people, to swoop in and save the day the moment the going gets tough. So if I want to help, I have to be mindful of her feelings and tread delicately. I'll take that as a compliment. Mizuki's always so considerate towards others. It would be nice for someone to reciprocate once in a while. Well done, you took the hint. Now, while I'm sure you'd love to chat longer, you seemed to be in a great hurry when you arrived. Shouldn't you be on your way?
Oh, right. Come on, let's send a message to Mizuki right away.
Don't tell Mizuki about our conversation, by the way. If she asks, just say that you figured it out all by yourself.
Yeah, I'm not really the type to lie. Because if the truth comes out, it will only be damaging. Regardless on how you look at it. And if it's the truth, and even if they don't like the truth, it's still the truth. And if you lie,
Next on the agenda.
they may feel good at that time, but when the truth comes out, they will be like, you lied to me, and anger and despair will take over. So yeah, it's much worse because it feels more like a betrayal as well. So that's why I rather speak the truth. Specifically for that reason. But that's me personally. And again, once the truth comes out, it's gonna be damaging regardless on how you look at it. Fatui? Yeah, Fatui.
This should be the place Miko mentioned, right?
Traveler, Paimon.
Mizuki! That was quick.
All thanks to you two. With what I learned from those two guys, I managed to give Murasaki and Shion effective treatment as soon as I got back. That meant I was free to head out again as soon as I received your message. So, this is where Emura Ichigensai lives.
Sure hope so, 'cause this is our only lead. Wait, do you guys smell that too? Some kind of fragrance. Seems like it's coming from inside.
Then that confirms it. We've come to the right place. Now we may face great danger once we're inside. So from here on out, stay close to me and stay focused. I don't want either of you getting hurt.
We'll be fine. You just focus on what you need to do.
All right, fine. I suppose you're used to leading the charge.
It's a dungeon? It's a house! How does a dungeon exist within a house? Game logic. Oh, you know what it reminds me of? This reminds me of Demon Slayer. Like, no joke, this is just like Demon Slayer. And now that I mentioned it, people go like, oh my god, you're right!
Whoa. This is not what Paimon was expecting. This is creepy. Feels like there are loads of eyes staring at us.
Calm, yet repressed. The signs are all there.
What is it, Mizuki? Figured something out?
Nothing new. Just further confirmation of my suspicions. Emura Ichigensai should be hiding deep inside this place. Stay close to me.
Yeah, this looks just like from that video. This looks like it resembles so much from Demon Slayer. It's ridiculous. Oh, what? Oh, I can walk here? If you ever watch Demon Slayer, you know exactly.
Seems like we're not welcome here.
Hold on, I need to get my barrier up.
Gather.
All right, let's see what she can do.
Time to relax.
She's wind, isn't she?
Born of ice and frost, for Rex Lapis!
Solidify! I will have order!
Bomb squad!
Access denied.
Turn that frown upside down.
Miss Yume Mizuki, you found me at last. Ah, and I see you've brought some friends with you. Please, forgive my lack of hospitality.
Emira Chuya. So it is you.
Mizuki was right after all. Paimon wasn't expecting him to be so polite, though.
Please, do not call me by that name anymore. The old me was plagued by negative emotions. But I have parted ways with them now. That period of my life is consigned to the past, and the name along with it.
You have to listen to me. There is no way to get rid of all your negative emotions. This life you're living now is a lie.
Your perspective is most amusing.
What's so funny? Don't you know you're harming people?
Harming people? That's what you believe? Very well. I understand and accept your perspective, even if you cannot afford me the same courtesy in return.
Ugh, what is up with him? He's being so calm and polite. So why does everything he says make Paimon want to punch him?
As you can see, Miss Yume Mizuki, all my psychological problems have been completely resolved. I must thank you for your attempts to diagnose my condition, but I see now that the truth is far simpler than you were proposing. All my misery was merely a consequence of human frailty. I could not hope to remove my emotional impurities on my own strength. I lived in fear and anger. Fear that I was not worthy of other people's attention. Anger at how they invalidated me. I became a slave to my emotions. They turned me into a wretched and loathsome creature, hostile to everyone. But things are different now. I've acquired the ability to eradicate those emotions for good. No longer will I be afraid. Never again will I be stirred to anger. No, I am filled now with only one emotion, and that is happiness. I have become humanity perfected.
What I'm hearing is that you've developed your own unique understanding of psychological issues. So how about you play therapist this time? I have a couple of cases I'd love to hear your thoughts on.
I would be delighted.
The first is a soldier with poor control of his temper. He flies off the handle too easily, and it gets him into all sorts of trouble. This is having a significant impact on his daily life, and he's developed symptoms of depression as a result.
He simply needs to let go of his anger. Then he will surely find peace and happiness.
The second is a fisherman who's developed thalassophobia. Now he is unable to provide for his family, which is causing him immense anxiety.
Oh, of course. He must cast his fear far away and forget it ever existed. Then he can return to the sea at once.
Oh, I'm sorry, but you're wrong on both counts.
Oh?
The soldier's anger is rooted in his strongly held principles. Yes, his rage can make him reckless, but it also fuels his deep desire to stand against injustice. Losing his anger made him passive and apathetic. He now stands by and does nothing as bandits attack innocent people. The fisherman's fear made him one of the most reliable sailors around. Thanks to his cautiousness and diligence, accidents were a rare occurrence among his crew, despite the dangers of their profession. But after forgetting his fear, he destroyed the fruits of the entire crew's labor on his first return to the sea. Fascinating, isn't it? Anger gives people the courage to stand up for what they believe in, and fear nurtures care and attention. Emotions are integral to human dreams, and after many years of dealing with their dreams, the Yumekoi Baku have learned an important secret about human emotions. Negative emotions do not just go away. They will always be there. This is true for everyone. Not only that, but their presence is essential. You can't have a healthy human psyche without negative emotion. So do you have any idea what you've done to those poor men?
What an amusing theory. In fact, I do remember those two. But I'm afraid that the only emotion I sense in them now is happiness. How can you believe that negative emotions are required for a healthy psyche? It's a laughable theory. Don't you remember how I was when we first met? You call that healthy?
Acknowledging that negative emotions exist doesn't mean giving them free rein over our minds and lives. Humans have a whole gamut of emotions. They're supposed to keep each other in balance. But if that balance gets disrupted, emotions start working against each other. Untethered rage cripples the capacity to be careful and considerate. Uncontained fear drives people to abandon beliefs they once held dear. The person you were when you first came to my practice only proves this further. You were dominated by your emotions. Under their influence, you deliberately inflicted pain on other people. Meanwhile, the person you are now is so lost that you aren't even aware of the pain you're bringing to others. This diagnosis is going to sound harsh, but I'm afraid it's accurate. You've simply gone from one extreme to another. You say you've reached perfection, but you're just as dysfunctional now as where you started.
How entertaining. Still, there's no need for me to argue back. You have failed to provoke me. I will forgive you for this offense, because I know my present perfection to be a fact. I have direct and incontrovertible evidence. You once told me that nightmares are the result of a buildup of negative emotions. But ever since I acquired my present abilities, I never had another nightmare again. Clearly, that proves that all of my negative emotions have been definitively eradicated.
I'm afraid not. Look where we are right now. We're inside your nightmare.
What?
No wonder! Paimon knew something was up the moment we arrived!
The enemies that we encountered were manifestations of his negative emotions. That can only happen in a nightmare.
No, that can't be.
That entity claimed it could remove your negative emotions. But all it did was separate them and store them deep in your subconscious, beyond your reach. There, they were left to fester. Your situation is far worse than that of the other victims. It has deceived you at a much deeper level. You can't even perceive that at this very moment, you're in the middle of a nightmare.
How laughable. Fear? No. There is no fear left in me. This is all just a terrible joke. This is no dream. No.
Something's appeared behind him.
So, my arch-nemesis has seen through my trickery. Clearly, you came prepared. The emotional cocoon I'd wrapped him in was all but impenetrable. Yet still, you managed to tear it down.
So it is you. Just as I thought.
What is that?
A nightmare monster. A fearsome yokai that was once the bane of Inazuma. We Yumekui Baku eat the nightmares of humans, while they called those nightmares their home. So we were natural enemies. When I heard the traveler recount that strange dream, I knew that this was a possibility. But it's still a shock to see one of our long-lost arch-enemies in the flesh. They were supposed to have gone extinct long ago.
Then allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Kurayume, and I am the last of my kind.
Kurayume. That's a name I haven't heard in a long, long time. How have you survived all these years?
Likewise. Yume is a name that takes me back to a different age. Although I must say, we may be born enemies, but I have never felt any great animosity toward you personally. Ultimately, the fall of the nightmare monsters was the fault of our hosts. Humans are such fragile creatures. But now, I have found a way to revive my kind, and you are too late to stop me.
Oh no! We've got to catch up to him!
What's happening? Paimon's feeling dizzy all of a sudden.
That's the feeling of rejection. It's so strong. Quick! After him!
There he is! Right there! Whoa! What happened to all the paths?
He's repressing his emotions even harder.
Is there... Can I stand here? Okay, that's definitely not the way. Can I climb? Nope. Okay, that's definitely not the way. Okay, what am I missing? Oh, she can fly! Oh shit. So E is to fly. Ah! Oh, I'm pressing R instead of E. Whoops. My bad.
Time to relax.
Oh shit! I need to time it better. Ah, cool down.
Turn that frown upside down.
You gotta be shitting me.
Time to relax.
No, 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 no. Come back, come back, come back, come back. Oh my god. Are you serious?
Sweet dreams.
There we go. No.
There! He's got nowhere left to run! Whoa! What's happening to the ground?
Watch out! I used my powers to cushion our fall. Is everyone all right?
Don't worry, we've fallen from bigger heights before. The bigger issue here is that he got away and we were so close! Ugh.
We've been completely cut off. That creature has taken complete control of his consciousness. We'll never catch him.
Would it be easier if we wake up now and go catch him in the real world? If this is his nightmare, he must be asleep somewhere, right?
Remember the fragrance we smelled on our way in? That's how the monster lures people into the dream state. Now we're inside. We can't get out unless we manage to defeat him in his true form. He's turned Emarachuya's nightmare into his lair. There's only one way to force him into the open, and that's by finding a way to eat this nightmare.
Eat this nightmare? But is that even possible?
Not only is it possible, Paimon, it's quite literally my job.
Oh, Paimon knows that. It's just... We all saw what happened to Murasaki and Shion, and this nightmare is super intense. Paimon's worried this won't turn out well.
This monster has harmed too many people. We have to stop it. It's okay. I knew what I was getting into. Let's get moving. We may not have caught him, but our chase wasn't in vain. He led us deep inside his dream. We should now be at the subconscious layer that makes up its core.
It's so dark.
That's what happens if you leave your negative emotions to fester. There must be a lot of emotional fragments in this place. We need to follow them one by one until we reach our destination.
Wait, but what is our destination?
Where the light is.
Oh, there's an actual physical place. Okay, so one by one. So this is first, then I need to go over there, then there.
If I say it's your fault, it's your fault! Do you understand me? You shouldn't go running around with that stupid thing in your hand! Do you want to go hungry tonight?
Ugh. The atmosphere here is so... oppressive. Is it anger or fear?
Be careful. Every time we draw near to one of these fragments, we'll experience the underlying emotion on a visceral level.
Yeah, I thought so.
You, a writer? Didn't they reject you already? Get rid of this trash! Go find a real job!
Aw, poor guy. Paimon feels so bad for him.
We shouldn't stay here. Let's keep moving.
And that's true in reality, so let me dive into this one a little bit. So, the thing is with people in general, from what I've learned from my own experience, is that people always act for a reason. People do things for a reason. If they lash out, if they bully somebody, there's always a deeper story that is attached to that. For example, a bad home environment that they are not taken care of, then if they haven't taught discipline or know what love is, so to say, or know what caring about others means, then they won't be able to do
Still need to go
that.
through last quarter's financial report. What a headache.
So if somebody lashes out at you because he's having a bad day, then there's a reason why he's having a bad day. Like maybe you had to experience something bad, or maybe something happened that you're unaware of, you know? There's always a reason why people do things. And understanding that is the way to solve it.
I won! Another round? That guy? He never joins in with anything. Why should we go out of our way to invite him? Let's keep playing. Ignore him.
Wow, that's so sad.
Nope, not here either.
Hmm? Look! There's the light! What is this place?
It's his sorrow. Yes, sheer overwhelming sorrow. Human emotions exist in a delicate balance. When that balance is lost, negative emotions spiral out of control and go on to fuel nightmares. By isolating these negative emotions and allowing them to fester, that monster has completely destroyed his emotional balance. That's why he was able to create such a powerful nightmare. If we want to restore balance, we have to dispose of the excess negative emotion.
Oh, so that's what you mean when you talk about eating nightmares.
Well done, Paimon. Very clever.
Aw. Alright, what's the next step?
I need to find a way to separate the negative emotions out. For that, I need a special medium. Sorrow might just do the job. As long as it's kept in check, it can calm the waves of emotions and help him regain some measure of control.
Let it out, Chuya. Let the tears flow. You'll feel better after a good cry.
This process will untangle his unbridled fear and anger, his unresolved resentment, and his unshakable despair. These excess emotions will be separated out from the rest. They are the source of this nightmare. Ugh. It's all right. It's an unpleasant flavor, but I've tasted it thousands of times. A good cry can work wonders. Even though he seems beyond helping, I think he should be able to take another step out from the swamp of despair now.
Are you ready to come out now, Chuya? I'll be waiting for you right here, son. I'd love to listen to more of your stories whenever you're ready.
All right. There goes that nightmare. Hopefully this marks the beginning of a sweeter dream.
Amazing! Suddenly, Paimon feels so relaxed and maybe even happy?
I thought I had found the perfect host, but you found the one weakness in his emotional armor.
Ah! He's back again!
Freeing a single host from my clutches changes nothing! You cannot stop me! I told you you are too late!
But yeah, like people, like for example, why are criminals criminals? There's a reason for it, and understanding those reasons can help back to the way, as in like, if you understand why, what the reason for it is, you can actually sometimes sympathize, you know. It's like, why, in case with my mom and me, for example, my mom always lashed out on me, and I never knew why. Once I heard her background story, it made sense. And I understand why she did it. Doesn't mean that what she's done is forgiven, but I understand why. And that helps me move on. For example, a woman is being hostile towards men, you know, in general. But you don't know why. Some people will just say, she's just a bitch, you know. But if you take time to investigate and
dream last night
listen,
tasted wonderful. Thank you for sharing it with me.
It turned out that she was raped in a most brutal way. And now that you understand why she lashes out and she treated other people bad, you will be able to, like, take it. Like, if somebody is having a go at you, you'll probably put up your defense and say, hey, leave me alone, fuck off. But if you know the reason why he's lashing out, you can either say, come here, it's okay, buddy, and reassure that person, or tolerate it. It's like, he's having a bad day because of this. But if you don't know that, you will react completely different. And depending on that, it can change a person's path. Like, would you let a person suffer in silence, or would you help him out? And if you choose to help him out, for example, he can go a completely different way. You can either, for example, continue living, or he can go further into despair that may cost him his life simply because no one was there for that person. You know? Like, same with people that want to commit suicide. It's not that they want to die. It's because they want whatever situation that they're in to stop. And they don't see any other way out. At least that's from my personal experience. And that's one of the main reasons why people want to commit suicide, because they don't see a way out. At least that's from what I see. They want the suffering to stop. They want the whole thing to get over with. You know? And it goes relatively deep.
I can't believe it. He's brought us to the borderland.
Borderland?
To put it simply, it's a dream within a dream. A space hidden deep within the collective Inazuman subconscious. A dream that can exist even without a host. This must be how that monster managed to survive the extinction of his kind. He hid here.
Mizuki, that eye...
He's trying to turn this place into a nightmare so he'll be more at home. And he's creating copies of himself. This place is connected to the dreams of every human in the nation. From here, he can place a copy of himself in every dream. If he succeeds, then he'll have effectively revived his kind already.
Then we know what we need to do. We gotta take this guy down. Do we think a sword will do the job?
Maybe, if we can get close enough to reach his core. But he's brought the nightmares of all his victims here, and that gives him an immense amount of power. Dealing with this many in one go is going to take a different approach. We need a power to rival his nightmares. The power of sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams? Where are we gonna find those?
Lost minds. There should be some around here, and some of them will have come from sweet dreams originally. Come on, follow me. Careful. We've got to move quietly. The nightmare monster has usurped control here. We need to stay out of his sight.
Oh, I see. I am behind a pillar. Oh, they're intervals. Oh shit, she needs to fly. I can't. I can't. Oh, my health is low.
Let the show begin.
I forgot her abilities to float.
Turn that frown upside down.
I'll protect us. Boing, boing, boom! Jumpy, jumpy, go! Hi-ya, boom! Sparks and splash! La la la! Yeah!
Born of ice and frost. This is long overdue.
Stabilize. Order guide you.
Let the show begin.
Time to relax. Chasing Tanuki through the woods. and climbing trees to hunt for Oni Kabuto. Thank you for lending us your happiness.
I'm still amazed that the timing and the way how they tackle this is astonishing. Shit! Oh no, I messed up. I keep forgetting that I need to use her ability to move.
Turn that frown upside down.
Oh no 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 no. Shit, cool down, cool down, cool down, cool down, cool down. Ah.
Time to relax.
Oh! Not enough energy to do it. Slightly too far away.
Sweet dreams.
Shit, cool down, cool down, cool down, cool down.
Time to relax. Watching fireworks fly up into the sky and writing wishes on a prayer plaque. Thank you for sharing your passion. All right, we've gathered enough power to proceed. Time to face him head on. The core should be just up ahead. This will be a tough fight.
Why? Are these sweet dreams not sweet enough?
I just wish we could have gathered some more. But these are all we could find in the immediate vicinity. Which means we're running out of time. Our chances of success are shrinking by the minute. We have to act now.
No problem. We're ready to go.
Well, he's not closing his eye anymore. Is he? Nope. Shit, cool down. God damn it. I messed up.
The alacrity with which you walk into my trap surprises me. Do you not realize why I lured you here? Because this is my domain. A world where I rule.
Not yet it isn't.
Stabilize!
Sweet dreams. Now, use the power of the good dreams.
I think you will find it to be quite ineffective against the power of my nightmares.
Time to relax.
Jumpy Dumpty go!
Bomb squad!
I must confess, I am somewhat confused. Both of us bring happiness to humans now. Why must you still treat me as your enemy?
Because the happiness you provide is a lie. All you do is make them forget their negative emotions exist. And now they're living under the illusion that they're gone for good. All the while, these repressed feelings continue to fester in their subconscious, eventually becoming nightmares intense enough to become your home. Your kind has always thrived by magnifying your host's negative emotions for your own gain. What you're doing now is no different from what you've always done.
Incorrect. This time, I shall change the fate of my entire kind. When a human becomes dominated by their negative emotions, when they lose their ability to survive, that is how my kin died out. But I can give them a fantasy instead, turning them into the perfect hosts, capable of surviving no matter how dire the situation in their subconscious gets. This is the path to a revival. My kin shall rise again!
You do realize what that means, don't you? You've gone from one extreme to the other.
Oh, I'm perfectly aware. There is nothing you can say that I do not already know. For over all the years that your kind has been learning about the human mind, I have been hiding here, watching and learning from the fruits of your labor. But I'm afraid I could not care less for the moral burdens that you impose upon yourselves. The health of the human psyche is of precisely zero interest to me. Now here is a question well worth thinking about. If we allowed the humans themselves to decide, which of us would they really choose? You or me? Do you see now? I won this battle long before you ever set foot inside this tree.
What's going on?
He's growing stronger, but we've exhausted the power of the sweet dreams already. Even if we could find more sweet dreams now, it still wouldn't be enough.
If you accept that negative emotions are an immutable presence in the human mind, then you must also know that such emotions include apathy and sloth. Without the Baku there to hold their hand and walk them through dream regulation therapy, do you honestly think that anyone would ever be inclined to embrace the negative emotions? No, they would sooner run from reality to forget all about their troubles and live inside an illusion.
But the whole reason I wanted to become a psychologist. Traveler. These feelings. So that's how they should taste. Longing, caused by separation. So bitter. And yet the experience led to a whole new journey for you. If you keep pressing on, maybe even more precious memories await. Despair, caused by failure, icy cold, and yet in conquering this despair, you gained the courage to face the lightning. Regret, caused by missed opportunity, a harsh aftertaste. And yet it's only through that loss that we can learn to appreciate everything we have. And after all these flavors comes sweetness, passion, and refreshed hope. So that's why I was able to taste a sweet dream at our first meeting. Long before you ever met me. You'd already gained the courage to never avoid or run away from your feelings. And all your nightmares had become the fuel for sweeter dreams. The power that you have gained by processing everything from your long journey is surely far stronger than any power wielded by that creature. The whole reason I wanted to become a psychologist was to try and help people become someone like you.
Take this!
It's you!
Your dream is so powerful!
Traveler, give him all you've got!
Lightning flash! Bellowing thunder! Lightning flash!
Impossible! With just one person's dream? Wow! I have been planning this for so long!
Once the false dream he created has been destroyed, I can make sure all his victims make a full recovery. I don't think I ever would have been able to do this without your help.
Don't mention it.
You shall join my ancestors in death! You and my failure of a host!
What? He's still not dead? Wait, does anyone else hear water? Where is that coming from?
Maybe he made his host build some kind of device in the underwater cave. Once he realized we were onto him, he decided to sacrifice his host.
So you mean we're in danger in the real world too?
We've got to wake up.
But how? Like, pinch ourselves?
This should be high enough. Traveler, Paimon, jump.
Huh?
If you're afraid, then just take my hand and close your eyes. Yes, just like the last time. Hold on tight. The Yomekui Baku are getting to work.
Are you tired? Try and...
It's finally over. It's a good thing I had the foresight to ask them for help, or I'd be the one dying from indigestion tonight. They were very delicious. Traveler, could I pick your brain with another question? What do you think humans tend to have more of? Happy dreams or bad ones?
In reality, that's a good question because the majority of people can't even remember their own dreams. As for me personally, I wouldn't really consider them happy or bad. They're more like, for me personally, it's like a second life, you know, like just waking up, doing my things, go to work, or just go on an adventure. But it's just not necessarily good or bad. You know, like the same with daily life. Like, is it bad or good? You know, waking up in the morning, go do your job or whatever you do for that day. Would you consider those majority of days bad or happy? No, it's like normal. Like happy memories or bad memories, it all depends on the experience that comes with it. You know, so as far as dreams are concerned, happy ones or bad ones, there are also neutral ones. Like there's neither of them. But in this case, I assume they go for happy ones.
If only that were true. Most people struggle to deal with their negative emotions. They bottle them up inside until they festered and turned into nightmares. As a result, humans have far more bad dreams than good ones, and most happy dreams are short and fleeting. They are so rare that it's basically impossible for them to be shared with others. Heck, there are even people out there who only have the mind space to have happy dreams after they've given us their bad ones. Which is all to say that the dreams we get to taste are usually bad ones. No matter how hard we try, we can't seem to change this state of affairs. I once believed the only reason we Umekui Baku existed was to serve as a disposal method for nightmares. It's a fate that we cannot escape, no matter how many dreams we eat or how many years pass by. Even though I call myself a clinical psychologist, I also have dark thoughts sometimes. I suppose that's the only problem I have. Still, after learning the principles of psychology, I came up with a new way to look at all of this. If we can use psychotherapy to help people come to terms with their emotions, they'll gain the ability to deal with their nightmares on their own, so they'll no longer need to call upon us for assistance. That way, more and more people can free up their minds for truly happy dreams, until there'll be enough to share around. A naive one, more like. Even though I've run this business for quite a long time now, it still hasn't come true. Not even once. So I must thank you, because after meeting you, I finally became sure that my wish is achievable. And knowing that is all the treatment I need against the dark thoughts I sometimes have.
too. Paimon was just watching the Baku eat the nightmares. They got really full and started rolling around on their tummies. It was so cute. Anyway, that's why Paimon fell behind. Got a little distracted watching them. Oh, and speaking of Baku, we were gonna book another appointment with you, weren't we? Remember? Before we got caught up in all those nightmare shenanigans?
It's a little late for that now. Ask me again tomorrow.
Oh.
Still, the night is young. Wanna stay here and watch the moon with me for a little longer?
Huh?
Yeah, I figured as much.
The moon sure is beautiful tonight.
Yeah, but it won't last forever.
The moon sure is beautiful tonight.
Is that all I can say? I didn't even know that you can sit on this tree. Let's see. Well, the quest line isn't quite over yet, though, even though it says it's completed. Don't think there's any... Where am I? Oh, there I am. I guess I just have to wait until it's daytime? Or just get up and move?
The moon sure is beautiful tonight.
Yeah, I think I need to get up and move. I think the quest is complete. Let's see, under the moonlight. Oh. Yeah, there it is. I figured as much.
Excuse me! Hello! Please come register over here!
What's going on? Why are there so many guests? Had I known, I'd have definitely turned some of them back.
Oh, it looks like business is booming with Amura Ichigensai out of the picture. And it's good to see that Murasaki and Shion are well on the road to recovery.
Morning, you two. Want to make an appointment?
Yes, please. For today, if possible.
Then I better get you another VIP pass. You're our most important customers, after all.
Awesome! In that case, very important Paimon would like to start with the fine dining this time.
Oh my. Imagine if you'd taken my advice and sold your shares the other day. It could have cost you dearly now that business is booming again. I hope you're not too upset with me, old friend.
Why would I be upset? It's not as if I ever took your suggestion seriously.
Oh, I've missed that way with words. So affectionate.
Would it kill you to not sneak up on people every darn time?
Morning, little ones. Did you enjoy the scenery last night? Hardly. That tree was directly beneath the Grand Narukami Shrine. What was I supposed to do? Move the entire shrine to give you some privacy?
Is there a reason you're here, Lady Guji?
Mostly because I felt like a walk. But I do have a message from the Tenryo Commission to pass on as it happens. The gentleman who your fellow Yumekui Baku fished out of the water last night is no longer in a critical condition. Although his mind seems to have regressed to that of a young child.
It could have been worse, I suppose. Lady Guji, I owe you my thanks. Without your help, things might have gone a lot less smoothly yesterday. Come on, Miko. You've always been worse than me at keeping secrets. I admit that I feel inferior around you, and have an urge to prove myself. How could I not? But maybe these feelings are what have driven me to take this business as far as I have. My sense of inferiority keeps my ego in check, and my desire to prove myself gives me the strength to persevere. I'm able to accept these parts of me for what they are. There's no need for you to tiptoe around them.
Oh, you could have told me sooner. The poor traveler here has been doing all my running around for me.
True. But then again, without the traveler's help, you'd have been placed in a difficult position. Emura Ichigensai had amassed a huge following. For the Guji of the Grand Narukami Shrine to publicly go against him would have been a dangerous move. An angry mob of zealots could have done some serious damage to the shrine's reputation. Much safer for the Guji not to get personally involved. It was the right decision.
While that's all true, my main concern was that I didn't want to upset an old friend. Otherwise, I could have taken a much more direct approach.
Miko.
I always seem to forget that you're more cunning and less adorable than you look. Seems like my worries about upsetting you were unfounded.
It's not that I don't get upset. Everyone has their fair share of troubles, but every sorrow has its cure. Here's your new VIP pass. Please take good care of it. Could we go over your past experiences when you have a moment? There's a lot of gaps in your medical history I need to fill in.
Oh, hello, little one. It's been a while since you last came to seek your fortune at the shrine.
Go, Barbara, go!
Small but cozy.
So sorry, I'm still registering the last customer.
Ugh, we've got to turn some of them back.
Oh, wrong way. I guess that concludes the quest. I don't see anything anymore. Yep, that was it. Alrighty then, I think we completed the entire story. And I don't think there's anything left except for the events itself. By the looks of it. But I'll do that another time. Yep, it's completed. Yep, it's only the events left. I'll do that at a different time. I'm not really in the mood, and it's getting late as well. Like, it is Almost 1 a.m. My eyes are getting tired as well. So I think it's a good place to call it a day.
Go, Barbara, go!
And yeah, do some other stuff. Wait, where am I going the right way? I missed it.
Ad Astra Abyssosk.
Is that I'm tired.
Thank you for completing today's.
Yeah.
Ad Astra.
Set the minions back to work. Claim all. And dispatch again. Alright. Well, that concludes it for today. So thanks for watching. Take care, and I'll see you guys in another one.